morning. A very good morning to Yang Berbahagia, Dato, Datin, Professor, Doctor, Sir and Madam. My name is William. It is my pleasure to be the MC for the Malaysia Biomass Industry Webinar 2020. Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation, MBIC, jointly organized this webinar with Malaysia Green Tech and Climate Change Centre, MGTC, and Environmental Preservation and Innovation Centre, EPIC. This webinar is also jointly managed by BMGS Services Sdn Bhd. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We have a series of fruitful and engaging programs lined up for you. The title of our webinar is called Before COVID-19 and After COVID-19. The webinar will talk about opportunities, challenges, and others impacting the current challenging pandemic situation. To begin this program, we are pleased to have our respectful Datuk Leong Kim Man to deliver the opening remarks come the keynote speech. Datuk Leong Kim Man is the president of MBIC and has hands-on knowledge and experience dealing with the biomass value chain and supply chain in Malaysia, ranging from bioenergy, bioagriculture, eco-products, green finance, waste management, and circular economy. Datuk Leong has been involved in various development initiatives on biomass sustainability, low-carbon cities, green finance funded by the European Commission, United Nations Development Programme, Global Environment Facilities, and Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. Today, his keynote topic is addressing issues, opportunity, and the way forward for biomass industry. A big hand for Datuk Leong.
Yeah, first of all, a very good morning, to everyone. Yeah, I would like to thank everyone for spending your precious time to listen to the presentation for these seminars organized by MBIC and Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation, MGDC, as well as EPIC, Environmental Preservation and Innovation Centre, Sdn Bhd. And this is a good occasion for us to share the latest update on addressing issues and opportunities and the way forward for Malaysia biomass industry. Yeah. Let me introduce the background of MBIC. Yeah. MBIC is actually the legacy of the EU Swiss Asia funded initiative in Malaysia, EU Malaysia Biomass Sustainable Production Initiative, Biomass SP. Yeah, and MBIC was established in the year of 2012. So MBIC is exactly 8 years old right now. Yeah. As you look at the screen, the PowerPoint, yeah, I would like also to share my passion on what biomass industry is all about in Malaysia. B actually stands for bio-based industry in Malaysia because Malaysia is ranked as one of the top biodiversity countries in the world. Yeah. And secondly, for I, we have actually a lot of incentive offered by Malaysia government for the biomass industry from respective government agency, yeah, from MIDA, from MGDC, yeah, and from Ministry of Primary Industry and Commodity, yeah, and so on. At the same time, we talk about opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities, from the biomass industry, from the perspective of as a commodity business or as a very niche business model. Yeah, okay, plenty of opportunities. And we have massive volumes in this region, particularly in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. Yeah, and when we talk about biomass, predominantly we are talking about agriculture waste in Malaysia in this region, and as is actually the oil palm biomass industry. Actually, the biomass industry contribute to the sustainability aspect of the oil palm industry in Malaysia. And lastly, the last S, yeah, we talk about sustainable consumption and production based on the theme of Sustainable Development Goal promoted by the United Nations. Apparently, there are a lot of business models linked to SDG, which is 100% linked to biomass. Okay, this is the mapping of the biomass industry value chain. This was actually created 8 years ago during the Biomass SP initiative, and I update this on a yearly basis. As you look at the value chain, we have four major economic value chain in Malaysia for the biomass industry. Yeah. First category, we have bioenergy, and which is also the common understanding what biomass business model is all about. Yeah, we talk about biomass power plant, biomass pellet. These are the biogas project development. I mean, these are the popular business models. I mean, from the eyes of many biomass stakeholders. Yeah, the upcoming one, we have a bio CNG. Yeah, okay. And also other biofuel that is also potential like bioethanol and so on. Yeah, okay. And second category is bioagriculture. So we talk about using biomass as bio fertilizer, animal feed, aqua feed, compost, biochar. Okay, and third category, eco product. This is also the subject I like. Yeah, because based on the economic value computation, eco product category tend to present better economic value and better, return of investment for biomass entrepreneurs. Yeah, and you do not need to have large quantity of biomass compared to bioenergy and bioagriculture. Yeah, okay, and it's suitable for SMEs. Yeah, and we look at the models of biocomposite, pulp and paper. But pulp and paper, this is a capital-intensive business. Yeah, more than tens of millions involvement. Yeah, and we have biopackaging, activated carbon or reactivated carbon, bioengineering product, fibers. Yeah, we are a Malaysian company doing fiber business and listed in the stock market as well. Yeah, bioplastic, a lot of innovation using Malaysia Biomass, especially oil palm biomass, bioresin, and some of the innovative product, 3D printing filament. Yeah, and this is all happening under the category of eco product. And biochemicals, is the more futuristic business model for biomass value chain in Malaysia. We talk about turning biomass into biosugar, into lactic acid, yeah, into polylactic acid, food additive, and so on. Yeah, okay. This business model require heavy capital expenditure. Yeah, and in the context of Malaysia, we do not have a lot of case study yet derived, from these sectors. Yeah, okay. And again, based on economic value competition, this serves to be one of the most promising industry in the context of biomass industry value chain. Okay, I also would like to take this opportunity to update everyone what is the recent initiative, Malaysian government initiative related to biomass. And firstly, the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, KEXA, they just organized a dialogue session on sustainable energy in Malaysia. I think probably 2 weeks time, I will share with you what I have highlighted and proposed to the Ministry of Finance 2 weeks ago. And secondly, we have another updated government initiative introduced this year. We call it National Biomass to Energy Strategy, championed by Malaysia Industry Government Group for High Technology MIC. This initiative come in a timely manner because we need to address a lot of issues faced by the biomass power plant industry. I will share the issues later. Yeah. And thirdly, there's another new renewable energy transitional roadmap to be introduced and unveiled by SEDA, Sustainable Energy Development Authority, in the near future. The document is already completed. It should be launched soon once it is approved by the ministry. Yeah. And biomass and bioenergy is one of the major components under this renewable energy transition roadmap. Hopefully, we get more updates from this roadmap on the latest development on bioenergy in Malaysia. And lastly, the Malaysia Ministry of Plantation Industry and Commodity, MPIC, is also formulating the next 10 years, we call it National Agri-Commodity Policy. Earlier on, the policy, the name of the policy was National Commodity Policy. Yeah, but with a new name, new direction. So we are talking about National Agri-Commodity for the next 10 years. So MBIC is very fortunate to be invited as a member of the focus group discussion to formulate this particular policy to provide our input from our members. Yeah. Okay, these are the 5 recommendations highlighted by MBIC during the Ministry of Finance dialogue session on sustainable energy. Yeah. First suggestion, we appeal to the governments to consider and also for TNB to adopt co-firing initiative using biomass, especially pellet, through a sustainable financing mechanism. Because we have raised up these issues a few times with the government, and the general feedback given was this is not cost effective. However, if an innovative, sustainable financing mechanism is introduced, it should be able to resolve, the economic issues, for high procurement costs for using biomass pellet in Malaysia. Okay, and we hope this idea could be materialized in the future, not near future, but I think we need time, to operationalize this subject, with respective government agency. And secondly, we hope the government can address the financing issues on biomass power plant. And thirdly, to address the feedstock availability issues for utility scale biomass power plant based on the new economic mechanism. Okay, we talk about feedstock availability. Okay, I will elaborate this further in the issues section later. And suggestion number 4 is to create a new financing mechanism to develop bio-CNG as a new green fuel for transportation versus current fossil subsidy for natural gas vehicle. The current user of natural gas vehicle enjoy 50-cent subsidy, for natural gas fuel. And if we can shift it to bio-CNG, use bio-CNG to replace natural gas, and we hope the government can shift the subsidy from natural gas to bio-CNG for transportation fuel. And this will be a game changer to unlock the potential of bio-CNG industry in Malaysia, especially for the transportation sector. And lastly, we also recommended to the government to create and continuously, establish the SDG-driven financing scheme, focusing on bioenergy development and also other biomass ventures. Okay, these are the issues I would like to share with the participant today. If you want to talk about issues on the total biomass value chain, it takes at least 1 day, to elaborate on the subject matters. But for today's presentation, I just want to highlight the issues, haunting the biomass energy industry, especially bioenergy sectors, which is basically access to feedstock on long-term supply at reasonable pricing. Malaysia is popular for having a lot of biomass, more than close to 100 million tons on yearly basis. But the issue is, can you access this biomass on a long-term basis with a reasonable pricing? Okay, that actually involves many other issues. Logistic, distance, negotiation with the feedstock owner. So it's not easy. And secondly is we need to address the financing issue for biomass power plant. Apparently, a lot of friendly banker who used to be friendly, to biomass power plant project developer, they have distanced away from biomass power plant due to the earlier failure of a biomass power plant in Malaysia. So 2 years ago, I was asked by the government to look into the feasibility of biomass power plant project development in Malaysia. I still remember one particular company, they borrowed 150 million loan from the local financial institution. But the annual sales, FIT is only 10 million. So you just imagine your 10 million sales revenue based on selling electricity to TNB, but you have a 150 million loan to serve. So that is a mismatch. And one of the major issues is the availability of feedstock. Okay. And going ahead, I would like to share some cross-cutting issues affecting the general biomass industry as a whole, especially on the biomass, affecting the biomass ecosystem development in Malaysia. My observation, there are duplicative efforts to promote biomass industry from different government agencies and lack of one-stop government authority agency to champion biomass. Okay. And we hope more integrated effort could be formulated by government to champion biomass project development, to champion comprehensive bioenergy strategies, especially beyond electricity, as well as championing biomass sustainable consumption and production for biomass eco-products such as bioplastic, pulp and paper, bioresin, and so on. That need a lot of coordination to coordinate with respective agency. For instance, we have one agency providing seed money to biomass entrepreneurs to develop bioplastic. But on another hand, we need to create, sufficient green procurement opportunity for bioplastic producer in Malaysia. And this need to be well coordinated at the government level. And again, I would like to share more opportunities. And for biogas, fortunately for biogas project development in Malaysia, we have demonstrated very good business case, basically about 5 to 6 year payback period in general, and banker also very keen to finance biogas development project in Malaysia. And we have good business case for fuel switching. Basically, we are talking about switching from fossil fuel to green fuel, like using biomass, for instance, wood chip, wood pellet, palm kernel, and also palm fibers, to convert it into energy for the purpose of heating or electricity. And this is we have a very good business case in Malaysia. In general, it's about 4 to 5 years payback period. In the meanwhile, we have soft loan available, under GTFS, Green Technology Financing Scheme, and also SDG-driven loan to provide to biomass project developer with 2% interest rate subsidized by Malaysia government. And for GTFS, you can enjoy 5 years, 2% interest rate subsidies. For other SDG-driven loan, the interest rate subsidy is provided on a case-to-case basis. Again, this is still a good news for all the biomass entrepreneurs in Malaysia. And more excitingly, we have a lot of government grant available. For instance, mostly, to support bio-based innovation and green energy. The grant, per application is up to 3 million. So this is quite exciting to the enterprising, innovative biomass entrepreneurs. And the good news to share is 4 MBIC members have secured close to 4.5 million government grant from respective government agency. And MBIC can actually assist members to engage with public funding agency to formulate demand-driven proposal for the purpose of government grant application. And again, 2 members of MBIC listed in the Busan League market, which are Fibromed Berhad and also CE Technology Berhad. And meanwhile, a lot of SDG-driven opportunity in terms of green procurement based on the principle of responsible consumption and production. And this is actually provided a lot of bio-based product procurement opportunity to biomass entrepreneur. For instance, animal feed producer, biofertilizer producer, bioproduct producer, bioresin, bioplastic, and so on. And lastly, I would like to share the way forward of the biomass industry in Malaysia. And this is, we look forward to create a common platform to integrate government agency, government department, industry association, industry stakeholders, combining MBIC effort and also some major plantation owners and palm oil mill, sawmiller, as well as research institution, financial institution, to create a common platform to address various issues, remove barriers, and unlock opportunity to create green growth for the biomass industry in Malaysia. And MBIC is heading towards this direction. We have engaged a few government departments to work together for the purpose of this common platform. And we also look forward to create a blue ocean strategy to unlock biomass pellet export potential based on government-to-government collaboration between Malaysia and Japan. Since Malaysia have get a lot of Japanese yen low interest loan, and it is time for us to structure some G2G collaboration between Japan and Malaysia based on the theme of biomass pellet. And recently also, there's a major Japanese company have invested heavily in Malaysia to produce biomass pellet. So there's a great opportunity on this theme. Yeah. And also, we also hope the government can fully utilize biofertilizer intensively on a large-scale basis to link to biofertilizer application economic model to the current fertilizer subsidy scheme in Malaysia, which is largely provided to chemical fertilizer. If this can be extended to biofertilizer, unlock the potential of biofertilizer in Malaysia, this will be very beneficial and instrumental to the biofertilizer entrepreneurs in Malaysia. And in our upcoming Craft Malaysia plan, the government also talking about turning waste, biomass as a commodity. A strategy paper have been formulated, and MBIC also hope to work together with the governments to turn biomass as a commodity in Malaysia. And lastly, we hope and we urge the government to formulate a strategy to unlock the bioenergy potential in Malaysia, especially beyond electricity. And that will be a very good starting move to head towards, to reducing greenhouse gas emission in Malaysia. Okay, as you can see, this is my last slide. This is some value proposition with MBIC. So we have MBIC is linked up with a lot of value chains and stakeholders. Yeah, and we have engaged most of the government agencies in Malaysia: MPIC, MGDC, EPU, MOSTI, MIDA, Bank Negara Malaysia, Ministry of Finance, MIC, AIM, EU, UNDP, KEXA, and CASA. Yeah. So MBIC serves as a good gateway for our members, for the industry stakeholders, to link up with various government departments and agencies. So for those members who have not joined, for those stakeholders who have yet to join MBIC, I want to use a usual Malaysian greeting manner. Come and join MBIC member lah. Yeah, grab this opportunity to grow this family, biomass family, to a bigger family. Okay, and lastly, thank you very much for your attention. And this is my contact. This is my contact in the social media as well as MBIC contact. And we welcome any biomass stakeholders to connect with MBIC. For mutual synergy. To grow the biomass industry to a bigger industry, and also at the same time to reduce greenhouse gas emission. For the purpose of achieving national climate change agenda. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Leong, for your inspiring speech and the sharing of your wisdom. I'm sure that there will be many take-home messages that can benefit all the participants. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Paul Wong to the stage as our moderator to introduce our guest speakers for the first session of our webinar. Mr. Paul Wong Kok Keong retired as Undersecretary of the Green Technology Sector, Ministry of Energy, Green Technology and Water, Malaysia. He graduated with a Bachelor of Social Science from the Science University of Malaysia. He also holds a Diploma in Public Administration from the Institute of Public Administration, Malaysia. Prior to working at Kedah, since 1982, he has served in various ministries, including the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Agriculture and Agro-Based Industries, and Ministry of Housing and Local Government. In Kedah, he was in charge of promoting green tech as an economic driver and ways of life, pivoting in reducing carbon dioxide emission and protecting the environment. The affirmation body that enables the fulfillment of these goals is a Green Tech and Climate Change Council led by the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. Mr. Paul Wong heads the secretariat to this council. Besides that, the next prominent task is crafting the Green Technology Master Plan and Roadmap to chart the long-term direction and strategies that Malaysia should take in promoting the adoption of green technology and green lifestyle and practices across various sectors and pushing for buy-in from the public. Other significant tasks includes electric mobility blueprint and roadmaps, green technology legal and regulatory framework, crafting the fiscal and financial support frameworks, and organizing the annual International Green Technology and Eco Products Exhibition and Conference Malaysia (IGEM), which is a signature environment event in ASEAN. Currently, Mr. Paul Wong is spearheading government's effort to turn waste to wealth for biomass and creating low-carbon projects. Besides, he is also spearheading carbon mapping for the energy sector, which includes transportations. He has joined Unilink Smart Ventures Sdn Bhd and Primer Capital Sdn Bhd to provide consultancy for green technology projects and facilitate green investment deals. Mr. Paul, you can begin your chairing now.
Hi everyone, welcome to the first session. This session involves three very successful biomass entrepreneurs. For the first speaker, he is Mr. Tan Eng Hao. Eng Hao is the MBIC Secretary General. He is an engineer by training. He founded Treehouse Asia Sdn Bhd. His business involves biomass pellets. It is a first entry business, not involving a lot of capex and opex, but you need how to do it because there is an ecosystem and a connectivity that you need to know in order to be successful. In how business involve a few countries, namely Japan, South Korea, and a few others. So basically, pellets business is a low-hanging fruit that has huge earning potential. So on this note, I pass the session to Eng Hao. Thank you.
Salam Sejahtera and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tan Eng Hao. I'm from Treehouse Asia Sdn Bhd. I'm also the Secretary General of Malaysian Biomass Industries Confederation. Today, I'm going to talk about oil palm biomass to solid biofuel. Before I move to this topic, allow me to give a little bit background about our company. Treehouse Asia is a biomass process engineering company based in Malaysia. Our business focus is on converting Malaysian biomass into solid biofuel. For the past few years, we have been very actively involved in projects that convert oil palm biomass into solid biofuel for export market, especially to the Japan. My presentation overview. Stop. This is my presentation overview. We are going to talk about biomass feedstock and then the conversion of biomass into solid biofuel, and we'll touch a bit on the end users. Since we are on the topic on the oil palm biomass, we are going to talk about PKS, EFB, and OPT. Then we talk about the process of aggregation processing mainly, and then about the end users. In this presentation, the data presented are mainly focused on the Japanese market. And then we will be focusing on EFB and OPT because as compared to PKS, these two are actually a new biomass for the industry. And then we will touch about the aggregation and the processing, which most of the industry players are having challenges in terms of aggregation and processing of EFB and OPT. Let's look at this oil palm biomass. From the mill, after processing the fresh fruit bunch, we get the mesocarp fiber, we get palm kernel shell, and we get empty fruit bunch from the palm oil mill. Mesocarp fiber typically not available for other application because the palm oil mill burn the mesocarp fiber as a fuel for their boiler, whereas palm kernel shell and empty fruit bunch are available for other application. Then let's take a look at this plantation. From the plantation, we have the all palm fronds, and we also have the all palm trunk, the OPT. The OPT available almost every 20 or 25 year cycle where the replanting take place. Let's take a look about on this oil palm biomass available in Malaysia. For the PKS, there are about more than 4 million dry tons per year. For empty fruit bunch, EFB, 6.7 million dry tons are available per year. And then for the OPT, there are more than 14.4 million dry tons per year. This is the data available from year 2018. So we believe now we have more than this at this moment. Let's do a simple comparison between the three biomass in terms of the biofuel, solid biofuel application. Okay, the source, PKS and EFB are produced from the mill, whereas OPT are available in the plantation. Availability throughout the years, okay, we can say these biomass are available every day, but the volume is affected by several factors. Mainly for PKS and EFB, it depends on the high crop and low crop and the operation of the mill. And then for the OPT, it depends on the replanting program. And then for in terms of processing costs, making them into solid biofuel, PKS is very low cost. We just need to sieve and dry, then it can be exported. For EFB and OPT, the processing cost is high due to high wear and tear of equipment, etc. In terms of aggregation, PKS and EFB are available from the mill, so the difficulty is low, and whereas to aggregate OPT, the difficulty is high, it's very challenging, provided we can put everything in place. In terms of technology, EFB and OPT require high technology equipment to process them into solid biofuel. And then today we'll focus on this aggregation and technology for EFB and OPT as converting them into solid biofuel. Before we move to discuss about the EFB and OPT, let's take a look at this PKX export from Malaysia to Japan for the past 2 years. We can see from the chart here, year 2019, the export has almost doubled from 300 over 1,000 metric tons to 600 over 1,000 metric tons. And then the price, you can see the price is actually, the FOB price has dropped slightly in the year 2019. And then here you can see the first half report on PKX export. We can see the price has gradually increased a little bit as compared to year 2019. And then let's take a breakdown on the numbers of year 2020. Okay, this is the export value, the trade value FOB for PKS for the past 8 months from Malaysia to Japan. We can see the trend in January, there's a lot of export, and then it actually reduced in the February and around until May and June, whereby we are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then now we can see that it's actually double, almost double, and doing very well in August as well. We estimate that the export for PKS will actually exceed the numbers in year 2019. We believe the export to Japan will continue to rise for the next few years. So the next section we are going to discuss on palm empty fruit bunch (EFB) and all palm trunk pelleting. Okay, let's look at this aggregation and output volume. To produce solid biofuel for export, we take assumption of a 5,000 metric ton pellet output per month. By using this calculation, we can see the potential of this biomass for the solid biofuel market. To produce 5,000 metric ton pellet output, we roughly needs about 7 palm oil mills to supply the empty fruit bunch. This already taken care into this low crop, high crop season and non-operating of the palm oil mills sometimes. Okay, and then just as comparison, we have more than 450 palm oil mills in Malaysia. So the question for putting up a facility to produce a solid biomass of EFB origins is that whether are we going to set up a satellites or we want a centralized plant. It depends on the situation and the volume that we are looking at. Both have their pro and cons, and the trend at this moment is actually towards a centralized plant. Let us take a look at the OPT. Okay, to produce 5,000 metric ton pellet output, we need at least 20,000 OPT trunks per month. So what does this mean? Actually, when we look at the numbers in the scenario in Malaysia, the replanting program actually generated about 1 million OPT trunks per month. So we can see that it is a doable business to set up a facility for 5,000 metric ton pellet output, because the replanting have much more trunks available. So for the location of the plant, it has to be based on the replanting program. So a lot of feasibility studies and in-depth study required before anyone can actually utilize the EFB and OPT biomass to convert them into solid biofuel.
The following slide shows the palm pellet that has been developed in Malaysia. Typically, there are two types of palm pellet for each type of the palm biomass. The first type is actually we call standard pellet, which is typically developed for the local markets. And then we have this export pellet that developed purposely for the export market. You can see from the appearance, the pellets does not looks the same because it actually going through different process.
In the following section, we are going to further discuss on the current challenges faced by OPT and EFB pellet. First of all, in terms of processing, the greatest challenge for EFB and also OPT pellet is actually to meet the requirement of Na plus K less than 1,800 ppm and also the chlorine less than 500 ppm. This is not a problem for the PKS. In terms of the technology, there are various projects has taken off, and some of the projects has been successfully to achieve this requirement. The next challenges is the material handling. As we know, EFB is actually a fibrous material and has a very low density. It requires some experiences in handling this kind of fiber in order to process big plants especially. And then the next challenges is to include waste and also wastewater treatment facility into the pellet plant itself. So this definitely increasing the capex of the projects. And in terms of production costs, because of additional process and also additional process as compared to the woody biomass pellet plant, the electricity consumption for typical oil palm biomass pellet plant is higher. And then the wear and tear is higher also because due to the additional process and the material characteristic. And for the case of OPT, the drying cost is slightly higher because of the 80% of water content in the biomass itself. And then for the electricity, because of the nature, the availability of these oil palm biomass usually in the remote area, so the electricity may not be available to set up the facility. And then when we talk about the market, the OPT pellet has been accepted by Japan for FIT, whereas EAP pellets is only a few power plants can consume this kind of biomass. And there has been ongoing discussion between the academics, the industry players, and the government agency to include EAP pellet as part of the FIT scheme. We still waiting for this good news from the Japan on this matter. And then of course the COVID-19 itself actually affected a few projects that became on hold because until the situation is more stable and clearer. And then lastly, there is a certification requirement from the end user on the custody of chain and also possibly the traceability of the product. So there has been talk about to adopt RSPO as the requirement, or the MSPO, and some other related certification programs. Our MBIC colleagues, Mr. Victor, will actually further discuss this in the next presentation. With that, I conclude my presentation today. Okay, if you have any question about oil palm biomass to solid biofuel, you are welcome to contact me at the contact shown on the screen. Again, I'm Tan Eng Hao from Treehouse Asia. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Hi, once again, thank you Eng Hao for that very illustrative presentation that can help people to involve in first entry business. Now the next speaker is Mr. Victor Suse. Mr. Victor Suse does international business. Victor is a certification consultant. By that it means that his company does certification to ensure that the biomass business is green and the products also are green. And with that certification, it will facilitate the export of these products to especially developed countries like Euro, and also Japan, US, South Korea, because all these countries emphasize deeply that the products must have carbon footprint reduction. So Victor does all this certification for us, and this certification has a lot of marks, certification marks that will be put on the products.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to a presentation on biomass certification. My name is Victor. I'm from Peterson Control Union Group. Today, I'd like to share with you on biomass certification in Malaysia. Let me share the screen with you. Yes, today's topic is on biomass certification, as I mentioned. and we'll just go through some of the areas and some of the programs that are available in biomass for certification. So hopefully this presentation will help you understand a bit more on biomass certification. Just a bit on my organization. I come under Peterson Control Union Group. We were established in 1920, and then currently we'll be celebrating our 100 years of existence. And we are in about 70 countries, and we have more than 5,000 employees globally. So what are the main functions of Peterson Control Union? Well, we deal a lot with biomass. We have a lot of programs on biofuels. We do forestry. We do agriculture. We do food and feed. We do fat and oils. We are involved in minerals, coal, and also energy, the energy sector by itself. So for Malaysia, what is the take on biomass? So Malaysia is now shifting towards biomass conversion technologies. So according to MIDA and then report in 2018, we know that the total of about 111 potential business projects worth more than 4.1 billion in the areas of green and sustainable sector. Malaysia continues to be a competitive location for biomass manufacturing projects. Investors' confidence in Malaysia also is high, and the challenging global environment facing economic investments into Malaysia is also good. So in Malaysia has also an abundance of waste from palm oil plantations, forestry, agriculture, and other sources of biomass. This creates an opportunity for Malaysia to grow in this sector. Biomass can be converted into different forms by using various processes. The three main products are power or heat generation, transportation, and also fuel and chemical feedstock. So what are the opportunities? Well, one of the, or if not the biggest challenge of modern society is climate change. This is undeniably becoming a very major concern for many, and also I think for globally it's also changing the world. There are also policy changes in the energy transition which will force industries to move faster. Hence, they need help. So energy is being used in every sector. Therefore, we need to know where this energy is going to come from. The global energy target requires a significant reduction in CO2 emissions. So currently we hear a lot about emissions control and emissions that need to be calculated, and all these issues that are going on. So under this global energy targets, the main concerns will be how to calculate and quantify these emissions, that is basically CO2 emissions, and then how to reduce them, and also to show proof of how this has been done. Well, what do you want to reap? Do you want to reap the benefits by using sustainable biomass? And then when you go into sustainability, there are many benefits actually you can derive from this process. Some of the benefits are on social benefits, which includes empowering all stakeholders, and then also preservation of indigenous communities and people rights, worker safety and welfare, and also contribution to poverty eradication. Yeah. On the environment benefits, well, of course, conservation of biodiversity is the main issue. Protection threatened species and habitats, and also maintain ecological integrity and the functionality of the environment. As for economical benefits, you also can see market differentiation. If you're certified, you get better rates for your products. And then market accessibility also increases, and also you increase market shares and market reach. You also will be having an enhanced profitability through elimination of wasteful practices. So this is a byproduct of getting certified. And also you have access to new sources of capital, such as socially responsible investment. So these are some of the benefits that you can actually look forward to when you go for certification and become sustainable. So there are many programs on sustainability, especially biomass and other programs, but we'll just have a look at what is in store for biomass for Malaysia, which has been much used in Malaysia here itself. So biomass, there are a few programs they call SBP programs, which call Sustainable Biomass Program. The ICC program, which is called International Sustainability and Carbon Certification. RSB, also Roundtable on Sustainable Biomass program. And then you have GGL, Green Gold Label. So these are some of the major programs that that are available, that's going on. And also in Malaysia, we see much of these programs being implemented and people getting certified through these programs here. For palm oil, of course, we have this RSPO, and for Indonesia, you know, there's ISPO, and for our own Malaysian standard, for palm oil, we have MSPO. So these are some of the standards that are available in the market for moving towards sustainability. So what is the trend in energy transition? There's raising requests for certification schemes. We have been noticing that in the past few months, and also past few years. I think they see the level is picking up. And also in all these programs, we also find that there's some element of emission calculations for certification purpose. And this are also becoming very relevant and very technical in nature. And then emissions are becoming a major concern, where you need to get certified. You need to have control measures in place to ensure your emissions are in order. There are also two examples of emerging trends that we see and also we work on. One is the circular economy, where people are actually trying to put energy inputs reduction and maximizing energy recovery. So this is a process where you actually turn whatever you put into the system and reuse back, and then you recycle and also reuse whatever resources are coming out from there. We also are looking at alternative bioenergy materials that is coming from waste flow and alternative biofuels. So looking at these standards, just have a look at these particular standards we mentioned, not all the standards, but a few standards that we're looking at. One of the standards is RSB standard. It is uniquely positioned to cover any bio-based feedstock and biomass derivatives material and any advanced fuel or products, as well as complete supply chain and novel technologies. The RSB structure contributes to food security and rural development and protection of ecosystem. The RSB membership base of sector pioneers, business leaders and NGOs and also UN agencies have developed the 12 principles for this particular standard. The other standard that we look at is also GGL. GGL is a certification scheme for sustainable biomass. It offers standards for specific parts of the supply chain, as well as track and trace standard. GGL is in compliance with the Dutch regulatory requirements for the use of biomass in energy production. So GGL serves as a scheme that sorry, 1 minute. Yes, GGL also scheme for certification to ensure the traded and consumed biomass products by energy producers are from a sustainable source. Since 2012, over 172 billion metric tons of biomass sourced entirely from wood or other types of feedstocks for various companies in Europe and North America. Treated or utilized biomass materials was certified under the GGL scheme. So you can see that there's much demand for this particular scheme, and much volume of biomass has been certified using this particular scheme. So in some recent developments on GGL, recently on October 9th, 2020, the first Japanese Green Gold label certification has been issued by Control Union Certification for 3 biomass trading and power producing companies in Japan. 2 of the entities of the Japanese power producers and suppliers, EREX, from EREX Company Limited, and have recently become the first to be certified companies by Control Union Certification. Hanwha Limited, a biomass trading company in Japan, also successfully joined the 2 other companies for certification under GGL. As for the Sustainable Biomass Program, SBP, this program is a certification system for woody biomass, mostly in the form of wood pellets and wood chips. And the industry has got a large-scale energy production or large-scale energy production. So SBP has developed a certification system to provide and ensure that woody biomass is sourced from legal and sustainable sources, allowing companies in the biomass sector to demonstrate compliance with regulatory requirements. So SBP also has been moving fast in many areas and recognized in many countries and supplier countries, and also demand is also growing here. So ICC also has become a very important certification requirement, and also has been sought after by many players in the industry. So we find that ICC also has got a good recognition in many areas. So ICC actually contributing to the implementation of socially and economically sustainable production and use of all kinds of biomass in global supply chains. So how is this done? Is it through the implementation of social and ecological sustainable criteria, also the monitoring of deforestation and deforestation-free supply chains, and to avoid conversion of biodiverse grasslands, calculating and reducing GHG emissions. They also establishing traceability in the global supply chain. So some information on what's happening in the market developments. Currently, we noticed that Japan had a certification program, and they adopted some programs for their biomass. There were new sustainability requirements for PKS in Japan. So the Japanese market so far has recognized RSD and RSPO and have adopted them officially. And in coming in duration, so maybe in short durations, GGL and also ICC Plus will be seriously discussed and could be considered for adaptation. So what do you need to do to get yourself certified? What is the certification process like? So firstly, you have to identify a certification body, and then you get the application forms from them, and then you fill in the forms and all these things, and then when you find that the requirements and checks have been identified and reviewed, offer will be made by the certification body for the person or the company that is wishing to get certified. So the offer, once the offer is accepted by the organization or company, then a contract is signed between the CB and the organization. So once the contract is signed, then is a confirmation that's become a confirmation letter for the certification process. So what happens during the particular process? So for the system, during the audit process, you'll find that interviews with the persons who are responsible for the production taking place, and then you'll find that physical inspection of fields, premises, and also processing equipments and storage are looked into. And also you'll find that inspection of paperwork, and what are the documents you have, and what are the things you need to compile and keep as documentation evidence that you are being sustainable and meeting the required standards. So there could be some taking of samples for residual analysis also in some of the standards. So once they have done that, once the audit process is established, then they go to the audit report. The audit report is generated through the certification body, and once the audit report is provided, the certifier will judge the auditing report. So what they do is they see whether there are positive decisions. That means whether this audit can clear the standards requirement, or whether any particular issues have been raised, and how serious or how what are things that need to be addressed. So if a positive decision is made on that audit and the audit report, then a certificate can be issued. There could be also non-conformities in the process. So this can be part of the NCs that are raised, and also that which can be actually addressed and closed in time, and then the certificate of compliance can be issued under the particular standard. If a negative decision is made, then they have to see what is the negative decision and why the particular site or company cannot be certified at that particular moment. So when the decision is positive, a certificate will be granted, and then there will be an annual check. That means a surveillance audit done annually. And then if a product certificate will be issued per transport unit or batch. So this sometimes they call it a transaction certificate. So transaction certificates could be issued for every transaction that we made, depending on which program is being adopted. So basically, looking at the situation, and this gives an overview of the certification process. So basically, start with the contracting. That means the contracting process is actually information exchange, and then you go on to application review, then you go on to offers, and then you go on to the contract, and then you come to the confirmation of the registration of this particular audit, and then eventually they'll invoice the particular company for the audit to be carried out, and then on receive of payment, then the audit planning will start. So the audit planning, both parties will agree on particular date for the audit, and the on-site audit is carried out, and then followed by, once the audit is completed, the audit report comes into place, and followed by the decision on certification. So if it's a positive decision, the certificate is issued, and otherwise there's some issues to be clarified or looked into, then that be done first, and then only the certificate is issued. And on post certification, that means after you get a certificate, you need to get updates regularly on what's going on that particular program. And if they need to have these transaction certificates to be issued for certain programs, then it's requested through the CB for every transaction that you do. And if there are complaints and also other requirements coming up, or other appeals that are put forward, then it can go through a complaint procedure that will resolve the issue. So getting certified or buying certified material would be the perfect tool on your path towards efficiency improvement, also sustainable product stewardship, and also exploring new markets, and to meet increasing regulatory requirements. So these are some of the benefits and tools that will guide the company to grow in towards certification and being recognized as a sustainable producer of biomass. So if you have any requirements or need like no further, this is some information from us. Thank you, and I like to wish all of you all who are in the biomass industry great journey ahead, because biomass in future is going to become a very sought after commodity, and we know that this industry is going to grow as the energy requirements are growing from day to day. So with this, I'd like to thank you all for this particular opportunity to share with you all our experience, and look forward to meeting you all soon. Thank you, and have a pleasant journey in the biomass sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for that very informative presentation. Now, for the last speaker, but not the least, we have Mr. Tan Kok Man. Now, Tan Kok Man is a consultant and also an incubator for startup. Now, he is the chief consultant of Rapid Genesis that involved in the development and commercialization, very important, commercialization of sustainable technologies in the context of the circular economy. Now, Kok Man also founded Genesis Incubation Center that provides incubator space, mentorship, and investment into technical startups. So for people who are young, especially young people, for them to do startup, please focus on this presentation and do your checking with Kok Man. And Kok Man also has a very wide connection at the university level and the government level with all the research facilities and agencies, and even with the public. So on that note, I pass the time to Kok Man. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Tang. I'm the resource person from Malaysian Biomass Industry Confederation, or MBIC. I'm very honored to be invited to speak during this iGEM virtual seminar. So I think the COVID is something that came out of the blue. It was never expected. And prior to that, we were having our trade war between US and China. And that itself has a lot of negative impact on the entire world, Malaysia included. And of course, in Malaysia, we went through a very drastic change in our political scenario. And all these problems are still there. So on top of that, we have this COVID-19 pandemic. So it's like a triple problem that comes in. Now, for post-COVID trends, first is we'll definitely see that US and China, they will continue with a trade war. And in fact, it has intensified. We would have expected that because of the global pandemic, the major nations will come together and try to address this problem. But unfortunately, it has instead gone the other way, and it become more intense. Now both countries is trying to ban each other products at the excuse of national security. So this will have more lasting impact on the world, and especially in Malaysia. And I think Malaysia, it depends on whether we are able to leverage on this for our advantage. In fact, we have seen some news coming in that factories are relocating to this part of the world from US, from China, to address this trade war. But then again, we are also at risk of being caught in the middle. For example, like recently, our glove export and our palm oil has been has some restriction going into US. So this is a major concern for us. The next is because of the global pandemic, the entire globalization that have been built up for the last at least 30 years has been drastically disrupted. So there is currently a vacuum, and some are really taken by e-commerce, but still there is also concern on the risk of transferring infection through the movement of human and even the movement of foods. I'm sure some of you has seen in the news that the checks on raw food is becoming more stringent for exports and imports. So this has a lot of impact on that. All right, and nations has become more and more protective of their own socio-economic interests. So despite all the benefits that has been promoted by a lot of developed nations on the benefits of globalization, now we start to see that some of them has gone back and become more inward looking. And these champions of free trade are basically losing their moral ground. They can't go around and tell people that you need to open up your borders, but you are closing up your borders. So the trust has been lost on a global level. So, and we see this deficiency will continue for the next 5 to 10 years. We will also expect that more and more nations will be more focused on their own security of their basic resources. For example, food production, border security, healthcare security, and energy security. So this is also related to the inverse of globalization. So nations are taking care more and more of themselves or their own people. We have also seen governments, for example, like Malaysia, will play a bigger and bigger role in stimulating the economy, which is quite common during challenging times, because in normal times, the government will usually let the industry to organize themselves, based on all the free market principles. But in times of that, government will usually step in, government will spend more money, inject more money into the economy to stimulate it. And in Malaysia itself, we have seen government spending billions of ringgit to stimulate the economy. So, so a lot of the key drivers will be from the government. So this is something that we need to watch out for if we are in the business. So in all that, we can see that there are some impacts on the biomass sector, but I wouldn't say it's bad. In fact, a lot of the initiatives that is related to biomass sector has been ongoing in Malaysia for at least for 10 years or more. We have seen the promotion of renewable energy by the government. We have seen the promotion of eco-products, the use of eco-product, the use of bio-based material by the government. All right. In fact, that's why we have our green technology, the previous ministry, back in the early 2000s. So I would say that the COVID pandemic actually create a change, a vacuum for new opportunities to come in. And one of them is biomass sector, because it's related to green, it's related to sustainable technologies, sustainable products, sustainable solutions, and so on. In fact, I would argue that we have gone past the stage of technology. We are now in the stage of marketing the green products, green solutions, green services to a market that is building up. Okay, So let's look into the details here. So what I believe is that the government spending will be the key driver, as I mentioned, and where or how the Malaysian government spend will speed up the recovery of the nation. And one of the area I believe the government will spend is related to green technology, green products, green markets. I would foresee that the government will intensify the push for the green technology because it creates new jobs. It brings our nation to a higher level on par with many developed nations. All right, and then I will also expect that a lot of existing business model will have to gone through a very big restructuring. Again, as far as I remember, for the last 20 years, the government has been making a lot of effort to encourage industries to go into automation, to reduce the use of cheap labor. But all along the way, there have been a lot of resistance from the industry. There's a lot of lobbying to maintain status quo. But you can see that this pandemic has shown that we can't really depend on foreign labor, besides draining our country of financial resources. Now the health problem is coming into the picture. So I will see that companies need to be more efficient in the use of their labor resources. They need to go into automation, and most interestingly, automation has become much cheaper, especially with the explosion of robotic industry in China. Okay, so a lot of business model that is conventional is going out. So, but again, that creates a vacuum for more innovative and efficient model to flourish. So it is up to us, the business people, to see how to do it. And I always say that you need to test out new business model. You don't need to do it on a grand scale. You test it out first, and then slowly you nurture it as it goes along. All right. And I also foresee that there will be a lot of opportunity open up in the green sector, basically more on sustainability. We can see that a lot of big corporations are going really, really big into sustainable sector, sustainable investment, green financing, and so on. So, and because of the pandemic, the markets, the customer are more open to new ideas and new ways of doing business. So I would see this is actually a positive development for that. All right. Now, this is one example that I can highlight is that since a few years ago, the previous what we call MESTEC, they already came up with Dana R&D, and it is, if you see here at the bottom here, it says here it's pertumbuhan hijau demi kelestarian pembangunan. So it's basically funding projects between the university and the government and the private sector on sustainable technology, green technology. And another one here is the focus is on what we call the nexus of food, water, and energy. This funding is open to private companies. It is not for university, it's for private companies. Of course, the criteria, you need to bring a university, whether it's a public university or private university, as your collaborator, because it's meant to commercialize R&D, and the amount of funding can go up to 3 million. So this is basically a good source for companies to try out new products, new ideas, new production processes, of course with solid science, and the government is basically investing into all this new technology. All right, this is currently in the final cycle, or the fourth cycle, which closes in October 30th. So and next year when the RMK 11 opens, this might continue, this might turn into a different format altogether. So we have to wait and see for this. But my point is, the government is really pushing for all this, right? And what I will see is that I have categorized it into these 6 different areas, and I will try to attempt to predict what will be the situation in for the next 3 to 5 years. First, for example, for biomass power generation, there have been much talk on the use of biomass resources in Malaysia for power generation. While it is totally technically feasible, we see that I don't believe the government will increase any more on the FIT rate to increase the subsidies or the financial support for that. So in fact, I think the government will give more and more emphasis to solar, probably some form of mini hydro in remote areas. But I think for biomass power generation, I don't really foresee that it will grow. So so that is a negative from my side. But for biomass pellets, which is either the PKS or the palm pellet or the wood pellet, I do foresee that there will be a higher demand because generally in Malaysia, energy are getting more and more expensive. So I do foresee that there is a lot of use on the market for biomass pellets domestically. It may be lower grade than the export types, but then I will see that a lot of industry will consider or in the switch over from fossil-based fuel like diesel or LPG into biomass fuel, especially if they can secure the source on a long run. All right, and I also foresee that there will be more demand from the overseas, especially Japan, for pellets for PKS, because more and more biomass power plant is going online in Japan. But nevertheless, we still face the challenge of using our EFB pellets for that. Okay, at the moment we still haven't been able to have discussed with some of the Japanese there to use our EFB pellets. Some technology is underway, like the washing of EFB and all that, but it's not widespread yet. Another thing that I see coming in is there is a need for sustainable certification for the pellets, because some of these, especially the palm pellets, you need RSPO or some other certification, because this biomass power plant usually are being funded by green financing. So they have to make sure that the source of the fuel is sustainable and is not causing more harm to the environment. And I would see that because of the emphasis on food security and domestic production, for example, you can see now you have urban farming. There will be more and more demand for use of local resources in agriculture, especially bio-based fertilizer and nutrients. I mean, you just think about it. If you are going to do urban farming in the cities where it's near residential area, it would not be wise to use chemical-based pesticide or chemical-based anything chemical-based in the vicinity of our residents. So I would see that there is an opening market for bio-based or natural-based fertilizer, nutrients, pesticides in the urban farming environment. Okay, so again, it depends whether you can tap into that market. For bio-based polymer, or basically biodegradable packaging, as you can see, because of the COVID, more and more people are eating, ordering online, and you can see that it's going to be a lot of plastic waste being generated. So, and again, there will be an opportunity for the consumption of disposable, especially biodegradable packaging. So far, I haven't seen any of these company like GrabFood or so on who wants to work towards that direction. Maybe there is, just not announced yet. But then again, if you are in the business of producing biodegradable material or bio-based polymer, you can consider approaching these food delivery companies and say, hey, why not we work together, make your services more green, and you know, and it will be a sort of a branding for your delivery services, right? And last but not least, we also see that there will definitely be more demand for eco-based products because a lot of the commodity movement are restricted. But the key here is how you can innovate and collaborate with your industry and your research partners. Because we are talking about going into a total new area, and you need a lot of collaboration and innovation to do that. So I believe that even with the COVID pandemic, in terms of the green sector, there is a lot of opportunity, there is a lot of funding available out there. You just need to think outside your box, all right? I have talked to a lot of SME, and unfortunately, a lot of them are still thinking in the old way, even though the world has changed. So it is very bad for Malaysia if we're still expecting ourselves to operate the way that we were before the pandemic, all right? So whether you have an entrepreneur, whether you're an investor, or you're a supplier, vendor, customer, there are opportunities. So you just need to be willing or daring to take the step forward, make the change, and slowly you will start to see the benefits coming in over the medium term, right? So that will be my presentation for iGEM. So again, a word of thanks to iGEM and MBIC for inviting me to give this. And hopefully, if you have anything, you can look me up on LinkedIn, you can look me up on our website. Okay, thank you. All right, bye.
I think can forgo some certification questions.
Sorry again?
If at all there's any certification. Hello.
Never mind. I'll take Victor's question.
Yeah. And then we can respond later on if necessary. Can Mr. Paul?
Yeah, actually, the question is very simple. How much the whole certification process costs, and how much to maintain it every year? That's all. With some ballpark figures lah.
No, I think the poll already take care for you. Hi, we are on live now. Hi, Mr. Paul, you can start.
Is it the session Q&A? Is it on?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay, yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for following the 3 sessions. I'm sure you have some question to pose to the 3 speakers. Unfortunately, Mr. Victor Suse has some urgent matter to attend to, so he requests any question posed to be directed to him, and he will respond later. Now, the first question that is in place is this addressed to Eng Hao.
Yes.
The question is, any reason why EFB pellets were not included in Japan's FIT program initially? You get the question?
We know that OPT has been accepted. Okay, EFB has not been accepted because the Japan side require more studies on the sustainability of this material. Because when they study, they actually study the whole process, including the whatever processing in the plant itself. So there are a few big corporates from Japan that actually doing the research, and they actually submitting, and then in the discussion with the Japan. At this moment, we can see that because of the certification of the biomass, the Japan currently is actually focusing on the PKS because they have been buying a lot of PKS. Okay, and then there have been issues that how to certify PKS. So because of this, they actually delay the acceptance or the study of the EFB. At this moment, as per what Mr. Victor Suse mentioned just now, they accept RSPO, but MSPO is not in the picture yet. Okay, so there has been an ongoing discussion, and then a priority has been put on the PKS because they has been importing a lot of PKS.
Yeah, the next question also to Eng Hao also. Why the can you hear
Paul, can you repeat again?
Yeah, why there's a difference between pallet cost for local and overseas? You get that? Locally you have a local cost, marketing price, and overseas also a different price.
This generally because can you hear me?
I think
Mr. Victor may have to mute his. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, back to the question, why the marketing price for the export pallet is higher? Because firstly, is the process required is to process the pallet takes more equipment, more process, and more cost. And why it is required like this? Because of the requirement by the end users. Locally, we have boiler makers, okay, that actually have been using EFB for years. But for Japan, okay, for example, they have not been using EFB pellet in their boilers, for example. So they need a certain requirement so that they do not need to modify their boilers. This is one of the reasons. So therefore, we need to actually process the EFB to suit their requirement. Therefore, the price has increased due to additional processors and equipment.
Yeah. The next question is, by the way, just now the two questions were posed by Alicia. That's number one. Number two, responder was Yugin. So Sang Yugin. So now the next question is, now the pellets business is a low-hanging fruit. Okay, it is the entry is in terms of capex and opex is not massive. Now the question is, what are the issues, challenges, and the way forward to do this pellet business in Malaysia, and what about the opportunities overseas, like in Indonesia? As you know, Indonesia and Malaysia has the biggest oil palm acreage in the world. So in that light, I think perhaps Indonesian market, of course, is much bigger. So the question is, what are the issues, challenges, and the way forward in doing pellets business in Malaysia and overseas?
This question is a big topic by itself, because when we mention the issues and the way forward, all this, and then EFB and OPT, the question has not been specific to which raw material, which is EFB and the OPT. Both of them have different challenges. Okay, and I would say For the market itself, the overseas market, especially in Japan, they are not so ready yet because of some issues such as the certification. Okay, they need to make sure the product is certified. So this one will take a little bit time. And then for the technology itself, like mentioned by Mr. Tang just now, okay, it has been ready, but it needs the market to push it so that it will be more common. And then, of course, what I mentioned in my presentation briefly, that there are a few things that need to be in place in order for this product to be able to kick off. And then the other reason is that typically for the buyers, they need two requirement to achieve to make the business viable. Is that the first is the volume itself, because they like to do in a bigger volume. For example, every month will be a bulk shipment of 7,000, 10,000 metric ton of biofuel. And then the second one will be the sustainability. So we need to address these two issues in order to sign the long-term contract with the buyers. So this is the challenges that are facing by the industry now.
Can I add in some
Sure.
opinion from my side? Okay, when you talk about pellets, you have to look into the different segments, because usually when we talk about pellets, we don't really talk about the segment. So as far as I understand, there are three segments. One is, of course, the power generation, the really big users like the one that Engha was mentioning. So for Japan is PKS mainly, OPT to a certain degree. EIB is not there yet. But do not also forget that we also have the pellets for home heating, home-based heating, for example, which has less restriction on the requirement for the ash content and so on. The other one also recently my side also found out is there's actually more demand for the pellets for industry heating and industry power generation. For example, recently we got some news that our neighboring country up north they have projects looking for biomass pellets from Indonesia and Malaysia. So you see, as in my earlier presentation, a lot of these projects currently are using green financing, green sukuk, green financing, low carbon financing, and anything that generates power using sustainable sources like biomass does qualify for this kind of financing. So that pulls in the demand for this kind of pellets, even though they do not meet the big power plant requirement. And I also agree with Ingha and say that the key on doing biomass pellets is it's a volume game, it's a commodity, and do not forget that you are not selling pellets, you are selling energy. So you need to compete with other sources in the energy. One of the pattern I always notice is whenever the price of fossil fuel go down, the competition will come in and compete with renewable resources. Okay, so there is always that link between, and you have to be careful, and it's all about demand and supply. Okay, so this is from my side, right?
Yeah. Okay, time is the essence now, running short. Now, it's a simple question. Now, I'm, what I call that, I want to venture into oil palm business. Now, pellets is the low-hanging fruit, so Engha have to respond. Do I make money if I go into biomass pellets? Okay, that's for Engha. For Kopman, you are into startup, so I also keen doing a startup, especially my kids who are young. So what is the business making potential for young people who want to do the startup? So Kopman, can you please respond to startup, the incubation?
Okay. If we talk about startup in the biomass industry, I would say there is two general areas. First will be the niche market for fine chemicals, biochemicals, and products that you can produce at a very low investment, low volume, but you need to put in a lot of science into that. I give you an example. Like recently, we helped a SME on something called wood vinegar. So the product is selling, but there is a lack of science. When the seller tries to sell to the farmers, he has no data, he has no flashy brochures to convince the farmer that this is better than the competitor. So we connect them with the researchers who can come up with the publication, the research, and make very, very accurate recommendation on the dosage used. And this is part of that technology that I'm talking about. It's not only about producing it, it's about quality. For the biomass in the commodity, I would say go into digital, very high-end technology like blockchain, e-commerce. As you see now, a lot of people are inquiring online on the biomass website and so on. So that's the digital part. And even if you're in the traditional business, the digital part will actually impact you, because before your customer asks you about your price, they already have done all their research on the website and all that, and they will say, this website is selling to me at this price, why can't you sell me at this price? So it creates that pressure for you to compete with all this digital.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Sorry to cut you short.
No problem.
Eng Hao, are you there, Eng Hao?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, over to you. Your giveaway regarding the business, pellet business. Is it rewarding?
Okay, for the pellet business, it depends on whether you want to go to very small scale to serve like these power industries, or you want to do some application which is still in the pellet solid biofuel form, or you want to go big to serve these power plant for export market. So for the local small application locally, especially, that is something that very rewarding in terms of but you need to do it in the small scale, and then probably you need to have a good relationship with the feedstock owners. And then for the big for the export market, typically you need to go big. Small is very tough, okay, unless you own the feedstock, okay, and then you have problem with the feedstock. So there are a lot of situations that actually enable the business. So we need to study case by case basis, and it can go really big and it can go small to solve a lot of problem, and yet rewarding for the investment. So for us is that what we see is that the market itself is very promising. It depends on how you are going to execute it, and then how you put everything into the picture. And of course, the most important thing will be the market.
Okay, thank you. This ends the Q&A session. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, but due to the time limit, this has to end. So thank you very much for the three speakers who are my colleagues in Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation. My frank opinion is, I'm not a businessman. I'm a retired government servant. I think there are very good business potential from the small scale to the large scale. But the thing is that, like all green technology business, you must know the technology and also the entire ecosystem. So don't go in blindly, or else you lose the money and even lose your pen. So my advice is that any experienced business I call the entrepreneur or budding entrepreneur, please join MBIC. Join MBIC for a small fee, and then you interact with this gentleman. Not only this gentleman, many more, and then you can explore the whole value chain of the oil palm biomass. So on that note, thank you very much for the speaker participation, and also from the people who has come on board online. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Our next section will have Malaysia government officer and foreign speaker. They are all awaiting to share their knowledge and experiences to enlighten you, especially during this challenging pandemic situation. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Kester Chin. Mr. Kester is also the Deputy President of MBIC. Kester is a waste-to-wealth consultant in all bioorganic waste management, specializing in zero waste and zero discharge technologies, and biomass upstream and downstream wealth generator. He has more than 10 years of experience in environmental sustainability industries. Founder of Green Earth Holding groups of companies covering the whole of ASEAN countries, advocating holistic, environmentally, eco-friendly, sustainable agriculture through biomass management and treatment, including promoting biomass power generation, thus producing high-value biocrop, nutrients, and biodiseases control technologies for soil remediation and maximizing crop production, ensuring food securities and clean energy. Kester, please go ahead with your sharing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to session 2 of our Malaysia Biomass Industries webinar 2020. In this session, we have lined up 3 very learned, powerful speakers, and they are here to share their knowledge with you today. And to begin with, I'll introduce you our first speaker, that is Dr. Sivapalan Kattaravel. And in his academic and professional qualifications, he has achieved a diploma in chemical engineering, a degree in chemical engineering, a master's in environmental engineering, a PhD in waste management, member of the Chartered Institute of Waste Management UK, a professional technologist in green technology, a certified train the trainer, TTT. And in his 25 years of experience in the waste management field, and currently heads the Center of Excellence for Waste Management in Malaysia under the patronage of Saenviro and Khazanah Nasional. He is a chartered waste manager and was instrumental in establishing the first refuge-derived fuel plant in Malaysia with a commercial value of about 150 million. He was a lead researcher, technical consultant, and acted in the capacity of technical advisor to the first pilot plant and consequent scale up to commercial plant for the conversion of municipal solid waste to refuge-derived fuel. In his capacity as a principal analyst for Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology MITE under the Prime Minister's Office, he has been the lead for the establishing of Biomass Action Plan for the nation targeting SME involvement in the biomass sector. He was part of the 3 lead consultants in establishing the National Green Technology Foresight, which charted the way forward for Malaysia in the green technology towards 2030. In his capacity at MITE, he was leading the foresight for the waste industry of the country through various projects and input, like working in the RMK11 team and the SCP team to come up with various reports. And here is Dr. Siva. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Kester, for introducing me to this program. I'd like to thank both MBIC and Malaysian Green Tech for allowing me to present this topic today, which is on commoditization of Malaysian biomass, a strategic review of how we can look at Malaysian biomass as a new income to the country. Now, as we all know, Malaysian biomass has been and has always been envisaged as a very good income for the country, and we know that back even in 2015, 2013, that there is at least about 100 million metric tons of this material in the country, and only about 10% of this material is being used in a economically beneficial manner. There is still a lot of potential for this material to come out, and the possibility of making it into an economic value is very high. Apart from that, by utilizing this material, we also know that it can lower the CO2 emissions in the country. So this slide actually shows you how much of this material is available, and I believe the current numbers back in 2019 was almost up to 110 to 120 million metric tons available in the country. Now, moving from here and knowing what are the potentials from the Malaysian biomass strategy, which stated that there is a potential of about 30 over billion ringgit in this industry. Why has this not been achieved, and how this can be brought forward to the industry so that this can be this can be turned into an income. So I would like to share with you all the next slide, which is just some pain points in the industry. Now, if you look at the industry, we have about 450, 500, maybe 500, 450 to 500 mills. But despite the importance of these mills to the socio-economic and the well-being of the palm oil industry, not much is being given due attention by the government or by the industry to improve the performance of these mills and the well-being of these mills. And we very often hear news from Europe or from any part of the world saying that our mills, our plantations are actually destroying the environment. So how do we overcome this this accusation that has been put onto us? Number two, majority of these mills are old mills running at very low efficiency, and they can be improved to make sure that their performance are better. For example, most of the energy efficiency in Malaysian mills only range between 35% and below. So the power efficiency is only about 3%. So these are from quoted figures which are around. So how do we use this? How do we improve the performance of these mills? Next, if we can improve the energy efficiencies in these mills and the usage of materials in these mills, we can then free up biomass resources for further downstream uses and for further, so that it can create new revenue streams. It can also reduce the air and water pollution. So in a nutshell, how do we improve the efficiencies of these mills so that these biomass, which are currently stuck in being used very inefficiently in the boilers or wheresoever, or even dumped into the fields for mulching, can be released for higher revenue material outside. One possible solution which we are looking at, which the Malaysian Biomass Industry Confederation is looking at, is the need to develop a program which will rank and accredit, which will accredit and rank each mill in Malaysia to identify the problems, which will then be able to improve the problems and develop customized actions for mills. Now, how we are going to do this? This is just a suggestion, and this is how we can do this. So what we would like to call is, we call it an eco mill concept. So this is the same as how, for instance, the Forbes 500 or the future Fortune 500 ranking in the world is done. So a certain ranking can be established with the authorities, and these rankings are based on how well you run the mill, how well you run the plantation, how are your emissions, how are all of these, and these are then audited and recorded for each mill, and each ranking, each parameter recorded is then accorded a certain points, and that points are then evaluated and summed up to say that, okay, out of 100 points, mill A has 70 points, mill B has 69 points, mill C has 51 points, mill D has 81 points. So with this point system, you then can create a bronze ranking, silver ranking, gold ranking, and a platinum ranking. And with these ranking, you can then publish this ranking to say that that mill XYZ is mills 1 to 20 are the top 10 environmentally ranked mills in the whole country, and this will then be and this can then go to some kind of um, um, what do you call reduce enforcements or uh, self regulation as being promoted by DOE, and this will then also inform the market outside that these are the top ranking mills, and then they can probably find their buyers so much more easier. If not, and what will happen to the other mills on the lower ranking, they will then have to invest and make sure that they climb up the ranking from bronze to silver to gold, and that will also ensure that the mills that are not performing then automatically start performing. So this eco mill concept can be implemented, and this can be recommended for anyone within the industry. This is something that we just envisage. So if you look at the flow chart there, each mill will then be evaluated. The evaluation will rank them on platinum, gold, silver, and bronze, and this will give them market visibility on the palm producers both locally and internationally. And we can even suggest that MBIC can propose to MBIC and MBIC and also the ministry can propose for ITAs for these people. So what will happen there is the mills will then reduce their emission and water to the emissions to air and water, which will then look at the palm industry outlook will change and the impact on climate change will reduce. But on the other hand, by improving this efficiency, the mills will convert all these biomass into will free up all this biomass, and this biomass then can be available for other users in the industry. Now, with the freeing of this biomass, then the commoditization of this biomass becomes a possibility, because the mills now have extra material in their premises, and this can then be converted as a commodity. And how this can be how this can be done is it can be put on a trading platform, and this trading platform will then have technical standards to ensure the confidence and the consistency of the quality of the biomass, which will then help to transcend these materials from the mill to the next player, and the next player will then be able to convert this material into proper products. Now, why this is being promoted is because if these materials stay in the mill, most of the time the mill is waiting for a good value. Whereas when you commoditize this material, the demand and the supply will always be there, and any new company who wants to buy this material, any one company who wants to convert this material can easily go to a common market and place their orders, knowing that the material will always be there. It's a supply and demand based center. And with this trading platform being established, the financial institutions can also come in and play and provide financial instruments to the market, because the supply and demand is regulated, the standards are there, and the whole ecosystem can coexist. So previously, issues like not enough supply, not enough material will be of the past. So that is why we need both the eco mill ranking system, and through the eco mill ranking system, these materials can then be brought out to the market, and through the commoditization process, you can then get this material into the industry. This is a model that we envisage at MBIC, how these commodities can be used, and we need players from the government, from the industry, and from the process like standards and all of that, so that this biomass can be converted into a high value downstream activities and lower the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, how can this biomass resource agenda be carried forward? Basically, a few points. Basically, right now, only 10% of the whole palm tree is being utilized as a commodity, which is only the oil. 90% still has value, and we can convert it into the biomass can be converted into uh, an income into the industry. And we know that the GNI predicted in 2020 for biomass is 30 billion. And so by commoditizing this material, we hope this GNI can be achieved. And we need to now increase the GNI to all the planted area in the country. So how can this happen? We see it as making sure the material which is currently stuck in the plantation and in the mill comes out, and it comes out in a standard manner, and this standard manner is how we can then create a commodity for the market. Strategic measures that we are looking at is addressing the gaps in the value chain, especially like establishing a biomass commodity market, incentivizing the palm oil millers who invest in this kind of biomass projects, and of course, streamlining policies, laws, and regulations, and also coming up with standards for biomass so that the material can be available to anyone in a standard material. At the same time, multi-stakeholder participation is also needed, and to ensure that this common goal can be realized by everyone. Some key actions that we are thinking of: monitoring. Of course, we need a very good database on all of this. So the proper database, not only for palm oil, for rice, for wood base, and all of that, needs to come out, and only then how much of material is available in the market can then be transferred to the industry. Technically, like I said, technical standards need to be prepared, and these technical standards will then be able to say this material is this much, grade A is this much, grade B is this much, grade C is this much, what are the qualities, what are the specifications, and all of that. Accreditation, I think, is very important, because accreditation will then benchmark and also drive the industry to improve themselves, and that will allow more material to come out, and finally the joint collaboration or the joint platform between industry, academia, and government, which will then move the industry forward. This is the proposal that MBIC is putting forward to the industry, and hopefully this proposal can then be carried forward by the appropriate authorities in moving the industry forward. I will stop at this juncture, and thank you very much for your attention. Any questions can be posted to us accordingly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you our second speaker. Our second speaker is Dr. Bill Chang. He is from Taiwan. And Dr. Bill Chang was graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington with a doctorate science degree in chemistry in 1987. After postgraduate work at the University of Pennsylvania, he joined GAI in New Jersey from year 1990 to 1996 as a research scientist working on synthesis and applications of hybrid nanomaterials and electrically conductive polymers. Dr. Zhang is the chairman of the Association of Biomass Materials Industry in Taiwan, and is currently with the Industry Technology Research Institute as a technical director. His interest includes bio-based and hybrid materials. He has more than 35 patents and co-authored more than 50 scientific journals, articles, and book chapters. And this is Dr. Chang.
Okay, first I would like to thank the organizer for kind invitation for me to share the development of the plant-based chemical and material at Taiwan. And today I will focus, for the beginning, I would like to, before going to the topic, I would like to give you an introduction about the E3. E3 is an applied research laboratory in Taiwan. We have 6 laboratories and 7 centers, cover a pretty broad range of the scientific disciplinary, for example, the biomedical, energy, environmental, mechanical, and computer engineering. I'm with the material and chemical laboratories, and at this moment we have about over 6,000 staff, and mostly more than 50% with an advanced degree. We have our headquarters in the northern Taiwan. Is about 75 kilometers from south of the Taipei. So most of our staff is in the Hsinchu area, but we have other campuses in the southern Taiwan. And so that's a pretty brief introduction about the E3. So next I will describe to you about our work. And today I will focus on the biological circle in the circular economy. Typically, our economy at this time mostly based on the circular economy. On the right-hand side, the so-called technical cycle, we dig up the petroleum and develop a wide variety of the day-to-day use product, and some of them we will be able to recycle it. Actually, most of them we won't be able to recycle it, and after one use we will throw away, and that's cause a lot of problem, accumulate a lot of waste. And so that's why we will begin to working on the left-hand side, the so-called biological cycle. In the biological cycle, in general, we use so-called sugar platform and use a biological route or chemical route to produce different chemical and materials. And then, similar to the chemical industry, we can develop a similar day-to-day use product. If it is bioplastic, and for durable application, we can go to the right-hand side and recycle it and to use this material. If it's biodegradable, it can go back to the nature, degrade into the water and CO2, and go back to the plant and complete the cycle. So today I will focus on the biological cycle and what we developed at E3. And for the next transparency showing, we will try to use aqua waste to develop 2 basic chemical or so-called building block. One is HMF and the other is itaconic acid. And using these 2 building blocks, we can produce different plastic, and for example, PEF or TPE. And also using this aqua waste, currently we also try to working with this waste to produce PHA. But before we will be able to produce our own building block, we also try to modify the POA existing already commercialized bioplastic, and to get familiar with these materials. So the reason we choose these two is one of the chemical, for example, HMF, we use the chemical way or chemical conversion of sugar to produce this building block. And the other one, we can use genetic engineering of E. coli to produce the itaconic acid. So that's we can get familiar with the two biorefinery technology. And after we be able to synthesize these two building block, and now we will begin to develop a prototype based on these two material to develop a bioplastic or biodegradable plastic for the future use. So the next step, I will show you some of the status of these two building block development at E3. So I will start with the HMF, and HMF is a versatile building block, as you can see in the bottom of this transparency. This HMF, you can develop a series of different chemicals. But most important, I think most of the researchers and industry people are interested in this are the oxidation of this product to form the FDCA on the top of this graph. From the FDCA, you can use it as a monomer to prepare the PEF PEF, and the PEF is not only a bio-based material, it's also have the polymer structure is very similar to the what we use day-to-day use very often nowadays, the PET for the water bottle and for our clothing applications. And the PEF have very similar mechanical and physical property, but it also have a very high barrier property. The water barrier, oxygen barrier are much higher than the PET. So that's why people are interested in, particularly the soft drink company are interested to use this material for food packaging because it can prolong the shelf life. So in the Europe, I think most of you may be familiar with the preference consortium in Europe. There's 11 companies from different European countries work together and trying to develop applications to establish a supply chain in Europe. And so hopefully in the short period of time, we will be able to see the commercial application of this product. And at the same time, companies from all over the world are beginning to setting up the pilot plant in order to producing this bio-based product plastic. And recently, there's an announcement for different scale of the pilot plant built. For example, DuPont, ABA Biochem, Normamont, Corbion are all in this field, try to develop this material. And actually, we have spent about 10 years to developing this material, and now we will be able to carry out a pilot plant in our lab and to produce kilograms to 100 kilograms of the raw material for prototyping applications. As you see in these transparencies, the unique molecular structure and symmetrical structure make this polymer with a superior barrier property. So it's not only a bio-based, it's also give you a much better performance compared to the petroleum counterpart. And so this very rigid structure makes it easier to block in the gas transportations. And this at E3, but because of the rigid structure, so the melt rheology of this material is not good for the processing. So at the E3, we will be able to develop a branch design of the polymer and make it improve the melt rheology, so we can shape this polymer to different prototypings. For example, we will be able to do the biaxial orientation of the barrier films, thermal forming of the tray, and just recently, we, as you see in the left-hand bottom, we will be able to blow bottles in the production lines, and we also be able to make a low melt fibers for the shoes productions. And we, because of the unique structure, the lone pair electron on the oxygen of the vinyl ring, and we have identified, it also give you a much better adhesion of the silver nanowire on the substrates, so you can improve the performance of flexible electronic material. We can deposit a conductive silver wire on the flexible substrate. That's for the future flexible electronic applications. And that's for the PEF. Next, I will show you the raw material, the building block synthesized by a biological route. We will be able to genetically engineer the E. coli and to achieve a high tighter yield for the itaconic acid. And then we develop a selective hydrogenation or oxidation to make a different functional of monomer materials and be able to produce high performance plastic elastomer to make electrical wire protecting coating, for example, shoes bottom sole or elastic fiber for different application. And more important, because of the unique structure of the itaconic acid, we will get much better UV resistance for this resulting polymer. Other than these two building blocks, we also working with the lignin to extract lignin from the cellulosic fiber and use it as a polyol to make PU foams for insulation. We can use it for epoxy coating, for can coating, or for flexible electronic applications. That's the application for the existing bio-based, the nature plus polymer in the nature. And so at the E3, we not only working in the lab, we working in the lab, but we will be able to pilot produce kilograms of the material, and we will be able to modify the material and test it in our industrial partner for the online production evaluation. For example, in this case, we will be able to use the natural material to modify PLA for different applications. For example, the screen casting, injection molding applications, or even for recycle of the plastic. So here is an overview of the other product developed at E3. We use a biorefinery technology, use a so-called second generation sugar to produce chemical, and then prototyping for different products for food, clothing, housing, transportation, and sporting good applications. And we also working here, just very quickly, brief introduction about, we also working with a European company working on the Horizon 2020 for cascade applications. And so in this case, we, in order to cost down the product productions, we will be able, we were trying to use eco waste and cascade at every stage, use all the byproducts. And in this example, we're working with 13 countries in Europe. 32 partners work together using the great prominence in the southern France as an example. We first extract the polyphenol and fiber out, and the residue use it for biogas production. And along the side, we extract the VFA for the production of different chemical, and then use the VFA as a carbon feedstock for PHA production, and use combine the PHA and the polyphenol together to make a food packaging application to prolong the food storage. So it's, in this case, we can also reduce the food waste, and so can get the a full cycle of the cascade application of the waste. And so the last one, in order to implement this, to promote the bio-based materials and establish the bio-based material supply chain in Taiwan, we have formed a association of bio-based material industry, cover pretty wide range of the industry, work together to develop and implement, apply the bio-based material at Taiwan. So that's the end of my talk, and thank you very much for your attentions.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce you our third speaker, Ms. Wan Hashima Wan Saleh, and she is the Director of the Green Technology Division of Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA. And she has served in various industries and service divisions, in the Mineral and Paper Industrial Division as an Assistant Director from 1995 to 1999. In the Agro-Based Industry Division from 1999 to 2007, and during this period, she was involved in the preparation of a chapter of the wood-based industry under the Third Industrial Master Plan, IMP3 2006 to 2020. She was also posted as a MIDA Penang State Officer as a Director from 2007 to 2009, responsible to assist investors, both domestic and foreign, in relation to various aspects of investing operations such as site selection, liaison with the state and federal agencies, utility providers until post-licensing activities. And she was also posted as a Foreign Direct Investment Division Europe in MIDA headquarters before posted as a director to MIDA Milan, covering Austria, Italy, Switzerland, from 2009 to 2012. She was then posted as a Building Technology and Lifestyle Division from 2012 to 2014, and later as a Healthcare, Education and Hospitality Division from 2014 to 2017. Then posted again to Incentive Coordination and Collaboration Office, ICCO Division, from 2017 to 2017, okay, August, from April to August, sorry. And from the 17th of August 2017 to present, she is now the Director of Green Technology Division. And then please have Ms. Wan Hashima. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. First of all, we would like to thank MBIC for inviting MIDA to be part of this webinar during ICHEM 2020. Allow me to explain about MIDA in brief and what MIDA actually do in order to attract investment into Malaysia. MIDA, being the first point of contact, we do few main functions. One is on the promotion. When we talk about promotion, we are talking about promoting from foreign direct investment and also from the domestic investment in the manufacturing and also selected services sectors. Second function that we do is on the evaluation, where we do the evaluation for the manufacturing license, expatriate post, a duty exemption, and also on certain business activities such as the principal hub and also other business services. Planning, we also do planning activities. When we talk about planning, we are talking about planning for industrial development in Malaysia, where we do the recommendation policies and strategies in the industrial promotion and development. MIDA also, we do the formulation strategies, programs, and initiatives for the international economic cooperation. When we talk about monitoring function by MIDA, we are talking about licensing and incentive compliance and also the monitoring activity that we do. We also do the determination of effective date of incentive and also the issuance of the finance certificate. Last but not least, MIDA, we do the post-investment activity. We do assist companies in the implementation and operation of their project. We do the facilitation before the project be implemented, during the evaluation, and also post-approval. We also do engage and also we connected with the industrial development in Malaysia, and last but not least, we do the advisory services. MIDA, currently, we have 20 overseas centers worldwide. We have 6 in Europe, 3 in the United States, and the rest are in the Australasia. MIDA, we have also offices in all the states except in Perlis. Altogether, we have 12 states offices in Malaysia. Now, we are coming to the investment strategies and policies. When we talk about how we MIDA select investment into Malaysia, we are talking about what are the quality investment either from foreign direct investor or domestic investors who they want to invest in Malaysia. Malaysia, when we talk about what are the policy that will be attractive to the foreign investor especially, we are talking about the business friendly policies, the one that we introduce. We talk about we allow the equity ownership where the foreigners are allowed to hold 100% equity ownership in the manufacturing and selected services sector. Besides that, we also allow the repatriation of income where we give the freedom to the company to repatriate the capital, the interest, the dividend, and also the profit. There's no restriction imposed for any of those activities. We also allow the company to bring their foreign expatriate. There are 2 types of category, the one that we can do the evaluation. One is on the key post and the other one is on the term post. When we talk about the manufacturing license, under our Industrial Coordination Act 1975, the company is required to have a manufacturing license if the shareholder fund is above 2.5 million ringgit and or engaging 75 full-time employees. In order to do the facilitation for the manufacturing license, MIDA has introduced a e-manufacturing license or EML, where the company can apply through online. Now we are coming into the details of the incentive that governs for the green technology sector. Allow me to introduce about Malaysia on how we develop the green technology initiatives in Malaysia. When we talk about renewable energy policy, we are talking about our national agenda to achieve the target of achieving 20% of renewable energy capacity mix by 2025. Additional 4,000 megawatts or equivalent to 18% is required to achieve the RE target by 2025. And in MIDA, we have been promoting the project, the green projects, since year 2001. We started with the biomass project to turn the biomass waste into the energy. And later on, this incentive is expanded to cover also the renewable energy sector in Malaysia. Through this initiative, we can see that since Malaysia plan, when Malaysia has identified renewable energy as the fifth source of energy generation for Malaysia, MIDA has been strongly supporting the national green agenda. When we talk about how we encourage the companies to undertake a green project in Malaysia, we are talking about green technology incentive, the one that we offered for the project and also for the services activity. There are two types of main incentives offered, which is one is investment tax allowance or green ITA, and the second one is the green income tax exemption or green ITE. When we talk about the green technology incentives, we are talking about ITA of 100% of qualifying capital expenditure incurred on green technology project for a period of 3 years from the date of first qualifying capital expenditure incurred. This allowance can be offset against 70% of salary income in the year of assessment. The unutilized allowance can be carried forward until they are fully absorbed. So what are the qualifying activities for this incentive? There are 5 activities that we can consider for the green ITA. One is on the renewable energy. We are talking about energy generation coming from 5 sources, which is solar, biomass, biogas, hydro, and also geothermal. The second activity is on the energy efficiency. The third one is on the green building, followed by the green data center. And also we do offer also incentive for any activity that undertake an integrated waste management project. When we talk about the income tax exemption or green ITE, we are talking about the ITE of 70% on salary income for qualifying green services, where the period of incentive is for the 3 years starting from the assessment year of the first invoice related to green technology services issued, and the date of the first invoice shall not be earlier than the date of application received by MIDA. So what are the qualifying activities for the services sector? There are 7 categories that we can consider for the green ITE. One is for the services involved in the renewable energy, followed by the energy efficiency, the electrical vehicle, which is the element of the services. We are talking about the installation, maintenance, and repair of EV charging equipment, infrastructure, and EV charging stations, and also the operation of the charging station and the MRO for the EV vehicle. Next is we also consider the services activity for the green building, green data center, and also for the green certification and the verification. And also last but not least, we also consider green services undertaking to do the evaluation for the green township. During budget 2020, the government has extended the incentive to cover the leasing activity. For leasing activity, the income tax exemption of 70% on the salary income for solar leasing activity can be considered for up to a period of 10 years of assessment. So, what are the criteria to apply for the green ITA? First, the company must be incorporated under the Companies Act 2016. Second, the company must achieve the following green result. One is to conserve the use of energy and or other form of natural resources, or promotes the use of renewable energy or recycles waste material resources. Second, to minimize the degradation of the environment or reduce greenhouse emission. And last but not least, the project must promote health and improve the environment. The company also, which has incurred the first qualifying capex before application made to MIDA, is not eligible to apply for this incentive. For the green building, the company must submit application form together with the provisional green building certificate, example, the design assessment or DA, or the actual assessment, and also before the completion of the green project. And the company which has already obtained the final certificate or equivalent is not eligible for this incentive. The qualifying capital expenditure can be backdated not earlier than 3 years from the date of application received by MIDA, but not earlier than the 1st January 2020. The criteria for the green income tax exemption, the company must be incorporated under the Companies Act 2016, and also the company must meet the following green services. 1. Employing at least 5 full-time employees, including at least 2 competent personnel in the green technology. Second, the company must have a green policy related to the environmental or sustainability. Third one, the company must have documented standard operating procedure or SOP to ensure the quality of services rendered. And 100% of income must be derived from the respective green technology services. And last but not least, the company must undertake at least 3 qualifying activities from the respective green technology sectors. For the solar leasing, the company must employ at least 5 full-time employees, including 2 competent personnel in the green technology. The income must be derived from sales of electricity or the leasing activities. The asset must be incorporated in the RPVI balance sheet, or in other words, the asset must be incorporated in the lessor's account. And last but not least, the company which has undertaken solar leasing projects and issued the first invoice before application made to MIDA is not eligible for this incentive. Okay, coming to the application procedure. What are the procedures to apply for this incentive? First, the company must download our form called GTJA form. Please choose what are the category that you would like to apply to MIDA, whether it's a green project, green services or leasing activity. Fill in the form completely and send to MIDA. And once the form is completed, we are going to do the evaluation and table at the National Committee on Investment, and upon deliberation, we are going to issue the interim approval for the project. The second application procedure for the green incentive is that after obtaining an interim approval from MIDA, the company must do the validation with our technical partner. For the green projects and green services activity, the company must apply to MGTC to get their asset and also their green services activity validated by the MGTC. And for the solar leasing, the company must go to SEDA and register as a RPVI before they can apply for our incentive. Just to give an idea on the approved green incentives for a period of from 2016 until first half this year, we already approved 1,184 projects with total capital investment of 18.2 billion ringgit. And for the green services, so far we have approved 61 applications with total OPEX or operational expenditure of 311.6 million ringgit. Besides the activity laid down earlier in our slides, we also do the evaluation for the promoted activities under the waste management industry under the Promotion of Investment Act 1986. Under PRA 86, the promoted activities that can be considered for the incentive is 1. Environmental management or recycling of waste coming from toxic and non-toxic waste, the chemical and reclaimed rubber. This project is applicable to all industries. Example, the metal and alloys, chemical, textile, electrical and electronic, etc. For the agricultural waste or agricultural byproduct, processing of sugarcane meal waste, rice meal waste, palm oil meal waste, including palm kernel cake, palm oil meal effluent or POME, and palm biomass, or estate waste and etc. to manufacture value-added products such as animal feed, fertilizer, and pellets also can be considered for the incentive. In order to enjoy the incentive, what are the conditions that normally will be imposed? We are talking about all the recycling activities. We are not allowed any importation of waste into Malaysia because the purpose of this incentive is to do the processing of our domestic waste and to turn into value-added product. For biomass product, the minimum value-added requirement is 50% and the managerial, technical and supervisory or MTS ratio is at 25%. So all of these activities can be considered for two types of incentive, where the company has choose one of these two incentives. One is on the pioneer status. When we talk about pioneer status, it is about the income tax exemption of 70% of the statutory income for a period of 5 years. Or alternatively, company can choose for the investment tax allowance or ITA, where the ITA of 60% of the qualifying capital expenditure incurred with a period of 5 years to be offset against 70% of the statutory income. Besides those two categories, there are also incentive consideration under the PRA 86, where under the general list, any projects undertaking manufacturing of palm oil products and their derivatives such as oleochemical and oleochemical derivatives or preparation, and also the processed product from palm kernel cake, palm oil meal effluent, and palm biomass also can be considered for the incentive. And under the small scale list, the manufacturing activity of oil palm products and their derivatives such as processed products from palm oil and also processed product from palm biomass, waste or byproducts also can be considered for this incentive. There are also special incentives for the rubber and oleochemical, where the projects for the reinvestment by the existing company and also an investment from a related company also can be considered for the oil palm and rubber sector. We also in MIDA would like to invite all the investors to visit our iServices portal for you to register with us on what are the services activities undertaken by the company. And also we have an iIncentives where all the investors who would like to know what are the facilities offered by the Malaysian government listed in the incentive portal. So thank you for listening to our presentation, and we hope to see you in MIDA. Thank you. Incentive portal. So thank you for listening to our presentation, and we hope to see you in MIDA. Thank you.
Okay, should we go on?
Incentive portal. So thank you for listening to our presentation, and we hope to see you in MIDA.
Are we on?
Thank you.
Yep, let's go.
Okay, thank you to all our powerful speakers, and we still have something on. Are we on air? Are we on air?
Yep, yeah, we're on. Yep, let's go.
Okay. Thank you to all our powerful speakers. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Siva. Thank you, Dr. Bill Chang, and thank you, Ms. Hashima.
You got to mute your other computer.
Yeah.
You got to mute your other computers.
Just hold on now. Dr. Siva, thank you, Dr. Bill Chang. Thank you, Ms. Hashima. Okay. Yep. Yep. Thank you for all our our special speakers, and they have delivered a lot of knowledge to be shared with us. And of course, because of time constraint, Ms. Hashima has to leave early. So we have got two questions for her. Maybe I put it to her first. This is from Elmi Nahida Othman. The question is, may I know the potential green support for municipal solid waste to biogas efforts? That's the question.
Thank you, Mr. Kester. Just to inform everybody that actually in MIDA, we do have offer certain facilities for companies that want to undertake recycling activity and also to energy generation. So for municipal solid waste, if the company, let's say, want to generate energy from the solid waste, from municipal solid waste, then they can come to us and apply to us for incentive under green, which is given ITA 100%. And this incentive actually, Mr. Kester, will applicable for application until 31st December 2023. So we would like to encourage everybody to contact MIDA so that we can have a detailed discussion so that we can advise accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question for you, Ms. Hashima, and this is from Dr. Leong. The question is, what are the biomass-related projects approved by MIDA for the last 1 year? Both green energy and eco-products manufacturing, such as dry long fiber, energy pellets, indicative investment amount. That's all he wants. He wants to know. That's the question. Thank you.
Mr. Kester, because in MIDA there are two sessions that actually doing the evaluation. One is on the industrial division, which is under food tech and also under chemical. So anything projects approved for the product, for example, we need to get the figure, the approved figure from that division. And from our division, actually, we are looking at the energy generation project coming either from biomass or biogas. But so far, we approve for biogas plant, for example, historically, Mr. Kester, we close to 105 projects already for the biogas. So majority actually coming from the palm lah, and few projects coming from the animal waste. So that's basically the figure, the one that we have lah. This year we have a few projects, especially to generate energy from the palm base also. Here, Mr. Kester, we would like to take this opportunity actually to encourage all the palm millers, especially just to involve into this energy generation lah, because we noticed that of all the RE sources, the one that we are promoting right now, actually we are lacking in terms of approving project for biogas plant. We do have many projects for the solar, many also for the mini hydro, and we would like to see more actually projects for the biogas plant lah, especially from the palm biomass. So that's it.
But anyway, just a little add-on. But of course, for biogas plant from palm oil mills, are they being affected by FIT uptake? Maybe they don't have the permit, or maybe they don't have the quotas, or maybe the price is too low. Is that part of the problem that MIDA is facing, that you're not getting that many of those applications?
We noticed that for biogas plant, there are few what we call the barriers lah for the companies to undertake the project. One is because of the location. It will be far from the PMU lah, the intake point. And second one is on the FIT. I think the company can engage SEDA actually, because SEDA normally they will look at the FIT rate for the biogas plant. So we would like to encourage for the FIT, for the company to engage SEDA. And another thing is that one thing special about biogas plant is normally for our incentive, normally we only consider for the company that owns and enjoy the energy generated. But for the biogas plant, we allow the third party investor. So let's say if the palm millers decided that they want to have like third party to invest, they can do that. So we receive also many projects where the third party apply to us and supply to the palm mills and also to the FIT lah. So that one thing good about the biogas plant lah. That's it.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hashima. That'd be great. We'll move on a little bit, but if you can stay, if you don't have to run yet. Okay, we have a question for Dr. Siva. There are two, I think, three. Anyway, the first question is by Datu Abu Bakar Jafar, and the question is, as they say, it takes a thief to catch another. The point is, why do we have to use steam and trash and cook FFB to extract oil? Why not use heated up oil to extract the oil from FFB and to improve the OER from 21% to the theoretical maximum of 35% or more?
Thank you very much, Kester, and thank you, Dato' Waka, for the very, very interesting question. And I totally agree with you with the fact that we need to increase our OER. Our current OER in most of the mills is only at the rate of anywhere between 20-21%. I know most of them are hitting 21%. Some of them are hitting 22-23% with some extra effort. But if you look at the theoretical OER which is produced by MPOB of 35%, yes, we are very, very far away from that. A lot of this oil is going down either in the pome or it's lost in the system. So number one, how do we recover this? Number two, how do we go more with this? Yes, I agree with you with the oil heating. There is another system also which is promoted by another company, which is looking at stabilizing the steam and the cooking process. Instead of pressurizing and depressurizing, it just uses a continuous stable pressure to cook the system. So there are many approaches in improving our OER, but again, this is something that the palm oil industry needs to accept and the palm oil industry needs to put forward. Individuals or individual companies can come in with these proposals. Ultimately, it's the say of MPOB, DOE, and MPIC, MPI, NOMOC, to decide and to regulate this industry. So yes, I really welcome that proposal.
Good. Anyway, we have another question from Datu Bakar for you, Dr. Siva. Anyway, this is regarding your presentation anyway. He said, Dr. Siva, excellent idea. You may have to support, you have my support. He said, sorry, we need to float the standardized biomass, biomaterial, as well as other recyclables in the Board of Commodities Exchange Malaysia. I think that's a statement, but you can elaborate.
Yes, agreed with that also. I am the standards representative or the standards chair for waste material in Malaysia. And there is a huge need to standardize what is 1 ton of EFB, what is 1 ton of PKS, what is 1 ton of, or whether we can create PKS grade A, PKS grade B, PKS grade C, and subsequently even with what do you call empty fruit, what do you call prawns, and also trunks. So if that is only the palm oil industry, we can also look at the recycling industry. I totally agree with what Dato' Bakar has suggested, and whether we can take this up with the Department of Standards or with Ministry of Science, or we probably have to get it up and running as a proposal from the industry and take it up from the Ministry of Primary Commodities.
Good, thanks. Maybe if we can commoditize the whole thing, maybe Dr. Bill Chang can make use of some of the byproducts that is derived from our palm biomass, which can be downstream industries. Anyway, now we have one one question for our our esteemed speaker from Taiwan, Dr. Bill. The question comes like this. Let me see. Sorry. Okay. The question comes from Dr. Leong. So the let me see. Wait a second. Sorry. Okay. The question comes not from Dr. Leong. Actually, it's from Dato' Bakar. The question is, Dr. Chang, is it now possible to convert commercially materials accumulated after land clearing or trees pruning into sugar-like materials for further processing? That's the question, Doctor.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Bakar, for your questions. Yes, I would say technology-wise, there is several pre-treatment technology. You will be able to pre-treat the cellulosic waste to get the sugar. But I think your question will, most of the people will, the question will be, is there a cost-effective way of extracting sugar from cellulose? Then the answer will be no. It's still very expensive because the pre-treatment process is expensive to get sugar out of cellulose. And for most of our applications, we need a glucose or fructose. And so most of our development at this moment, we use the sugar, use the glucose and fructose for food, to be honest, for our development. In order to be cost effective to use those sugar, other than the question about the food competitive, then we need to have a large end product market for this to be able to get the balance of the cost. For example, for PEF, there's an estimate. You need 300,000 tons of PF demand in order to use a fructose for this as a feedstock. But still, there's a lot of brand name company, they don't like the idea to use the sugar from the food. And then we still need to figure out the way of using the secondary cellulosic sugar for production of this plastic. So what we're trying to do now is, because there's a lot of percentage of the cost is come from the purification after the dehydration and the depolymerization process. So we will try to use a cool sugar from the pretreatment process. So in this case, we can lower the cost. At this moment, it's still quite expensive. Yeah, because there's a few fold higher, to be honest, for the second generation sugar. And so that's it's a challenge, but we're working on it. So that's
good.
I try to answer this.
Good. Thanks, Dr. Bill.
Difficult, yeah.
So anyway, there is no more other question that just came, none came along. But anyway, for those participants or conference participants, if you do have questions, please post it to us, and our speakers will answer them for you, directed to your personal address or your email address. And anyway, to sum up this session, anyway, we thank all our guest speakers, especially Dr. Bill Chen from Taiwan, from I3, and then Ms. Hashima and Dr. Siva. Thank you all for all your good efforts and all the thoughts to be shared. And hopefully the conference members will respond or pick up whatever they can to continue whatever efforts they're trying to put into the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Up next is paramount to the webinar. It is now the high-level leadership forum addressing feedstock finance, market access, and business models for Malaysia biomass industries. We have the Vice President of MBA to chair this section. He is Datuk Mizan. Datuk Mizan is the Executive Chairman of Waste Management Systems, Sdn Bhd. His 29 years of experience spans across the financial, information technology, and waste industries. He is an alumna of Macquarie University, Australia, and attended the executive program at Harvard University. Starting his career in this financial sector, he was part of a successful international institutional dealing team in Rashid Securities. It is currently exploring the establishment of a quantitative hedge fund, applying the use of algorithm, mathematical modeling, machine learning, and artificial intelligence for Sharia compliance equities investment. His involvement in the information technology sector is with a system integrator offering a full suite of services ranging from supply to maintenance, both to the public and private sectors. In the environmental and waste sector, it is currently promoting the development of a waste analytic application to leverage on waste big data in order to transform the management of waste in the country. He is the Vice President of the Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation, co-chair for special projects in the Waste Management Association of Malaysia, and serves as an Industry Advisory Board member for Chemical and Petroleum Engineering Department for UCSI. He was a member of the National Labs for both the Iskandar Malaysia Corridor and Solid Waste Malaysia Industry Government Group of High Technology Waste Task Force, and was instrumental in the crafting and shaping of MIDA's Waste Eco Park Industry Symbiosis Incentive. Datuk Mizan, please go ahead with your sharing.
Is Datuk Mizan on board?
Hello.
Okay,
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
There's some issues with the organizer on my video. Dato' Azman, since I'm not on video feed, would you like to take over for now?
Yeah. Before that, I will do a introduction of the panelists we have for this morning. Okay. Okay, we have Dato' Leong Kim Moon, who's the president of Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation. Okay, and we have Kester Chin, who's the deputy president of Malaysia Biomass Industry Confederation. And we have Dato' Asman Shah, who is the vice president. Sorry, 1 second. Dato' Asman Shah, who's the CEO of Northport Berhad. Okay, and Mr. Danny Ng, who is the managing director of Fibromed. Okay, so Datuk Mizan, so back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We also have on the panel Professor Dato' Engineer Abu Bakar. Unfortunately, he has been called away on some urgent matters and he hopes to join us as soon as possible. Later, Dr. Guang Wei or Dr. Bill Zhang will also be joining us. Doctor, how are you? So welcome everybody, all captains of industry and leaders in your own right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for making the time. and for agreeing to share your views and insights and experiences with us today. Dr. Biljang, actually, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Immediately, thank you for joining us. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Sure, a pleasure.
Okay. In your experience, Doctor, can we understand what should be the role of government, and should they lead, or should they just monitor and enable? Please, Doctor, share your views with us.
Yes, I think I would say the government should lead, because at this moment, as we just discussed, most of the bio-based industry is just in the infancy stage, and a lot of industry will watch and see what happened, and it's difficult to get it started. So government should lead to get at least get it started and put some incentive, because a lot of biomass industry is at this stage is still not profitable, and the market, particularly the market size, is not big enough to get it started. So I think government should step in at this moment, and at some stage when the industry grow to a certain size, and then can pass it to the industry to grow, I think. I'm not an experienced business person. That's just what I feel.
No, it's okay. I think your views are still very valid. Dr. Leong, if I can forward that question to you as well. When then should government stop handholding, and how do we avoid over-dependency on the government to move the biomass sector?
Okay,
Okay.
yes, doctor, please.
Unmute already. Okay. Unmute. Then when I want to click, there's a mute and more sign. I cannot click the video. Danny, you're on already.
Hi, Danny.
Yeah.
Hi, Danny, you're on.
Okay. So let me address the question raised by Dr. Mizan just now. Yeah, I do agree with Dr. Bill. The government can actually champion certain pioneering business model for biomass in Malaysia. In fact, we do have similar case reference in Malaysia through Khazanah Nasional. Yeah, I do understand one of the investee company of Khazanah Nasional is actually our corporate member as well, Synergy. They are championing certain, pioneer biomass project in Malaysia. They are looking at not necessarily biomass, they're actually championing some pioneer green technology project in Malaysia. For instance, biogas. Very fortunately, biogas have been proven as have an excellent good business case in Malaysia in general, with about 5 to 6 years payback period, and bank also willing to finance. Yeah, and government-linked company have demonstrated this is a feasible and fundable and bankable business model. Yeah. Similarly, some of the GLC have also demonstrated energy efficiency project as a bankable and a feasible business model. Yeah. And once the business model had been proven from the perspective of commercial bankers, it will be much more easier for the private sector to leverage on the successful track record. Yeah. And this model 100% can be transferred and applied in Malaysia. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dato'. Danny, perhaps I can just bring the last part of this question to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay.
How does government leading, government championing the biomass sector, how do you balance that with the desire to be an entrepreneur and wanting to have control of your company? Could you share your views on that?
Come again, I don't get you. Can you repeat, please?
Okay. We understand that when a particular sector is in its infancy, where it needs the government to lead and the government to champion, how do we balance that with the desire of companies to be an entrepreneur and to retain control over their company?
Okay.
Okay, let me start by, because I actually venture into biomass. I would say I'm an accidental entrepreneur. Okay, way back in 1999, where the biomass word was not even mentioned, So we are using a lot of agriculture substrates, such as palm fiber, coconut fiber, paddy straw, as a substrate for our material, mainly for erosion control. Okay, now as an entrepreneur, okay, and like most of the entrepreneurs, they would like to get the government support actually at the infant stage, meaning in the form of grant or whatever, so that for them to scale up and to help them, grow the business. But unfortunately, in Malaysia, I mean, as from my experience, starting this company is actually I would say is a very we have a lot of hurdles, we have a lot of roadblocks, not only from the government and also from the financial institution. Like for example, the government, we are venturing into a new product, something which is not common for Malaysian businesses. The acceptance and the recognition of companies product in Malaysia is, I would say, is not encouraging by the government. So this is something that held back a lot of entrepreneurs for them to grow. And yeah, fun is one thing. It's very important. But I would think that the recognition is more important. Because with recognition, then you can seek alternative financing to grow your business. But if you don't have recognition and you don't promote your own local industry product, then how can you grow? I mean, if you were to go to other countries promoting your product, but you can't even succeed at your locally, then I think this is going to be a challenge.
Okay, understood. I think that that's a very valid point. We'll actually come back to that point a little bit later. Kester, if I can now come to you, I'm sorry. From a feedstock volume perspective, the biomass industry definitely has one of the biggest potential to drive the circular economy. And being an expert in circular economy, if I can call you that, the agenda in the country, is this a myth? Is this a reality? And how has COVID actually affected the availability of feedstock? Kester, I think you need to turn your audio on.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yep. In terms of feedstock, Malaysia has plenty, and anywhere in the world, every country has a lot because they come from different kind of materials, from food waste, from agro waste, from industrial waste. I mean, bioorganic industrial waste. All these are usable for our downstream industry. But to do circular economy, we need to develop the end user first. If we don't have an end user, it's no point doing an upstream because it cannot go downstream. There are a lot of hurdles. So if the government can come in to support the downstream, whereby the end users, then you can develop all the way back. It's exactly like pellets. Malaysia can manufacture tons and tons of pellets. But when you get back to the government to try to use them in some of our power generations, the acceptance is not there. So it still doesn't work, even though we have plenty of feedstock. Unfortunate. But of course, for the easy way out, a lot of our local traders will rather just try to sell overseas because they buy in volumes and just sell them as even commodities, not even a finished product. And of course, some of these can be done local. I mean, as Mr. Danny was just saying, the local doesn't accept what we actually manufacture, which may be even of a higher standard than other imported materials. So these are some of the problems that is hindering circular economy. But of course, it will still take years to get everybody to use. And being a country being protective, that will also drive the country into using some of the local materials. Actually, the COVID has helped a lot of local industries, whereby you try to use everything local because they're easy to access to, and cost a bit less or maybe even a bit more because of the deliveries. So in general terms, the circular economy will work if there are always off-taker along the way. So this in circular economy, basically you cannot develop what they call upstream first. It's all downstream first, working all the way back, as consumer and comes in.
Thank you very much. We had Datuk Bakar, Professor Datuk Bakar Abu Bakar join us briefly. I was just about to pose a question to him, and then, but hopefully he'll join us again soon. Datuk Azman, perhaps some thoughts on circular economy, because definitely logistics, haulage is a big factor on the circular economy. Perhaps you can just add a few more comments on circular economy and biomass.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the circular economy. I think my association with biomass started about 19 years ago when I was a corporate advisor, and a startup wanted to set up a pelletization plant and asked me to look for funding for him. The banks didn't understand what pelletization, couldn't even spell the word, I guess. And but we've come a long way. We've come a long way. Now I think that the incentives, the funding are all there. It's just that we haven't got the value chain right. I think we are working in isolation. I think that basically everybody, and it's not just this industry, everybody seems to forget that yes, you have done well in producing and selling, but how do you transport? And sometimes the transportation cost or the logistics cost is the killer. So this is why I think we need to, as an association for MBIC, I think I must commend President Dato' Leong and the team basically, because we've sorted it out. We looked at the value chain approach. So this is where I think, yes, there's a role for the government at the start, but I think the roles should be clearly defined as provider of seed capital, as provider for infrastructure, facilities, and also as to help the marketing of it, whether be it local or overseas. But at the end of the day, it's the entrepreneurial drive or the corporate culture that actually drives the company to produce, basically. So once you have all this, once you have a healthy ecosystem, then the circular economy can actually work. You need to basically plug the gaps. That would be my view on this.
Understood. Assalamualaikum, Professor Dato' Bakar. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're very happy for you to join us.
Yeah, I just came back from Newcastle.
Virtually,
yeah, right.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a second, Dato'.
Sure.
I just have a question for Dato' Leong now.
Yep.
Dato' Leong, you were quoted as saying, we have a lot of technology and innovations that center on how to use biomass as a feedstock and how to apply it for different things. Is that what determines how the biomass sector will move in Malaysia? And what moves first?
Okay, technology alone, cannot address, all the commercialization aspect of biomass. More importantly, I would like to share there are three critical success factors. First of all, of course, is technology. Secondly, is popular subjects, no money, no talk, funding. Yeah. Okay. And the third subject, very important, as highlighted by Kester just now, there's actually market. You must have the ready market. To offtake whatever product generated by bio-based product or use of biomass. That is very, very important. Look at the case in Malaysia. We do not have a holistic ecosystem to promote the biomass value chain. Looking at the startup, for instance, a startup, you may innovative biomass startup, you may get a 3 million grant from MOSTI to commercialize your project. Yeah. And you get another sub loan from under GTFS, yeah, to kickstart the project for business expansion. Yeah. But where is the market, for your product? For instance, bioplastic. So we need to have the green procurement ecosystem in place domestically, because before we become the international biomass champion, we need to become our Jago Kampung in Malaysia. At least we craft a name in Malaysia domestically and earn the local recognition. Then we can expand our branding and market in a much more strategic manner internationally. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Dato' Abu Bakar.
Yes.
To you, sir.
Thank you.
As a chairman of MGTC then, in light of COVID or as a result of COVID, should we then prioritize on local technologies over foreign, local markets over foreign? Or what should the direction be now?
Dichotomy,
Yes.
those questions are not relevant, I must say. Okay, I've been following this subject for a long time, So I like to share you my simple formula: 1M plus 4M plus M. Right? Okay, sorry, my wife calling me for lunch. Sorry. Anyway, the first M, actually, people were asking just now about the government intervention, right? And the last M, the market, right? Okay, so most of the time we've been talking about the middle 4Ms. So I learned management. For the 4M stand for man, method, money, and materials, right? So I like to spin this. I have been using work, I, institutional arrangements, F, finance, T, and technology. And most of us have been talking about different technologies, but sometimes we're struggling with F, we're struggling with I, and then we're hoping something to happen from the government side. Okay, on the upstream side, I think what could explain the failure of the fifth fuel policy. Remember, we were expecting in 2020 we would have achieved 20% of our energy from the renewable. I was told not even 5%, even 1%. And I think that Leong and I have been involved in this recent, last year, Unit 10 was asked by the government to find out where things had gone wrong. I think one of the things that gone wrong is the bankers. We couldn't answer the bankers' first question. How sure are you we can sustain the supply of the feedstock, right? And nobody could grant. And now the bankers also now shy away not to finance any biomass to energy, biomass to material project. I think Dr. Leong can confirm that. So this subject has been taken up. I was fortunate, I was chairing the task force set up by Academy of Sciences Malaysia, but this task force supposed to have tackled the haze problem, and one of the solutions to the haze problems, if you could buy the material at the slash, I don't think anybody would burn such.
Dato', you seem to have, we seem to have lost you, Dato'.
Okay.
You lost the last part, Dato'.
Yeah. So one of the recommendations by the Academy of Sciences is that we should set up investment to set up conversion of biomass to biofuels or power, right? By buying the slash materials. That's one. And I think till today I've been looking for whether there is already commercially available technology to convert the slash materials, vegetation, forest residues into sugar, then from sugar, then the rest is straightforward, right? That's the first one. And I think we had a chance to review the EQA 1974. We managed to push to the Ministry of Environment and Water to introduce this concept, bio concept, into the amendment to the EQA. The idea by concept is a la oil and gas concession, meaning to say we could simply divide the countries into a number of bioregions, and the size of each bioregion is to ensure the sustainability of feedstock supply over the project life or the particular investment. That means we allow one investor, one project per bioregion. So the number of regions divided will be, we have to do the study how to demark each region. I think that will be technical part. First,
it's actually pretty much in line with how waste management is structured.
Yeah.
You actually have your waste schemes.
Yep.
And for every project, you can assign schemes to that project. So you allow for continuity and there's a factor of growth within that as well.
Okay, that's one. That's on the upstream. Now on the downstream, I think the MGTC has been playing that role for last 10 years on the government procurement, right? So that means you must create a market for it. Some of you are very lucky, managed to penetrate the Japanese market, but we have to create our own market, right? So this government procurement is very important. I think I've been encouraging the MGTC to set up this e-platform, like Lazada type, Alibaba type, we float all those green products and materials on the e-platform. And of course, I like the idea put up by Dr. Siva earlier. We have to put this biomaterial, biomass, bioproduct price is well regulated, rather than subject to whim and fancy or the haggling of the buyers and sellers. I think that not very good kind of environment to set up. So the government could come in from the beginning. The government also could come in at the end, right? So, but the government also has to come in to set up the law. I think we have had the policy for the last 20 years, but policy alone wouldn't work without the law. The law provides certain certainty. So we need the support of MBIC to lobby the minister, make sure they don't drop these proposed amendments. Now this proposed amendments supposed to be there. I hope they don't drop it. If they don't understand it, they drop it. So we have to continue to speak. So I did respond to Dato' Leong's presentation. He didn't bring up this bio concept project, right? You complaining the unreliability or not sure. Essentially, looks like I have taken more time than I should, but I'm happy and congratulations for having organized this MBIC in conjunction with the 11th IGEM, and looking forward to follow up those ideas and points that we have discussed.
Alhamdulillah, Dato'. Thank you very much, Dato'. Thank you for sharing. I think your points are very valid. I think the discussions within MBIC, we've talked about something as simple as like a listing like Craigslist, or something even more comprehensive like an exchange to eventually trade on this biomaterials, to be able to level the playing field and to be able to actually address issues of feedstock. So then, assuming that we've managed to address all of that, we come to the next point, which is back to Dato' Azman. Dato', Northport establishes a biomass logistics hub in 2018. Two things. One, what are some of the common oversights that people in biomass tend to do when addressing biomass logistics? And number two, specifically to COVID, how has COVID affected your plans?
Right. If you don't mind, I'll just show some slides. Just a couple of slides.
Yes, yes, please.
To show how we progress. Okay. Right. All right. Okay. So to answer your questions on this, like I said, I was basically trying to get involved in the biomass industry since 19 years ago. Almost made it when I was running Lumut Port in between 2012 to 2015. We did a very comprehensive study on Perak. We know how many mills there were and how much EFD and PKS was being produced, but we never got around to delivering on that. So 2016, when I took over as CEO of Northport, basically made it a personal KPI, basically. So a bit of an introduction about Northport. We are the senior port in Port Klang. There are two terminals that I manage, Northport and South Point. And this basically gives you an idea of where things are. South Point basically is what used to be called Port Swettenham 119 years ago. And Northport, what was used to be called the Klang Container Terminal in the 60s, developed in the 60s. Then of course we have the ultra modern west ports on the southern part of Port Klang. Now there are three types of biomass operations that we handle. Number one, we have a PKE terminal, Palm Canal Expeller Terminal in Northport. We have quite a good facility there. We're doing about 600,000 tons of exports, basically being sent to countries like Australia and the Middle East, basically as animal feed. Yeah? So that's a no-brainer there. We have through MBIC basically resolved one of our members' problems. He was having difficulty trying to export wood chips out of Mantaka, and we managed to introduce the concept of containerization. We resolved his logistics problem, and he's doing quite well now. And of course, the more ambitious one was actually to revitalize South Point, the aging infrastructure and so on and so forth, into a biomass logistics hub. Why? Because we basically wanted to create that ecosystem. Of course, it doesn't really answer the issue of circular economy as Jago Kampung, but we are helping with the global circular economy, because as everybody is aware, the demand for wood chips and palm kernel shell can be between 500,000 to 1 million tons a month from countries such as Japan and Korea, where they are building small-scale renewable power plants to replace or to wean off their dependence on nuclear power and also on coal terminals. So we started in 2018 on a small scale, but we've actually upsized. But of course, then COVID-19 happened, the perfect storm. So what we did was basically to engage with the government to say that the port, the cabin of a prime mover lorry and warehouses are basically the safest places you can be, because we can actually control the enemy, the unseen enemy at the gates, basically. So thank God they listened to us. So now port operations is not impeded at the moment. Of course, we had to bring in all these mitigation plans, the compulsory temperature screening, the mask, the social distancing, the remote offices. We have 2 teams doing disinfection. We have contact tracing and so on and so forth. Yeah. So these are all the pictures of what we've done. Yeah. The disinfection, there's a KPI. At the moment, we have contact tracing, whether it's P1, P2, P3, basically within 1 hour, the place is swipe clean, basically. Of course, we have remote alternate sites, the business continuity plan. We have 5 editions of this over the last 6 months of MCO. And of course, we have ready stock of PPE and very aggressive contact tracing, 14 days self-quarantine and swab testing and so on and so forth. Constant communication, infographics work well, basically. Yeah. And then of course we have also, because there's also the unseen enemy being imported. Yeah. So we have a strict sign-off, sign-on SOP for vessel crew. So because of all that, we have managed to more or less weather the storm for South Point. This is a layout of South Point, 119-year-old port, creaky joints and so on and so forth. But we have walls between 4.5 meters to 10.5 meters draft. We have 8 warehouses. We have 5 open yards. Of course, at the back are the liquid tanks. So it's a very commodity-driven port. Yeah, we've actually, through MBIC, with our partner, you mentioned Dato' Leong Synergy. Basically, in 2018, we basically set up the South Point Biomass Logistics Hub. We started with 1 or 2 customers, and all of a sudden now, as you can see, all the empty or available pieces of land have been snapped up. We've got people who have fully occupied our 8 warehouses with biomass. We have basically empty land which has already been taken up. The deal is basically they will build their own facility. We have drying machines there, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, our South Point volume, because there's also other commodities, right? We were looking at 1.5 million for this year, basically, and this is the chronology. I was brought into MBIC in 2016 as well as to Northport. We started the biomass hub in 2018, and you can see we have actually grown by leaps and bounds. And I'm happy to say that in spite of COVID, our 2019 total volume for biomass has actually been exceeded in August. And it's no longer just regular shipments of 5,000 tons per vessel. People are now talking about 20,000 tons of shipment. So whilst we wait for the eventual greening of our economy, where we wean off coal-powered plants, let's get the circular economy going. Let's take that biomass off the ground and turn it into biomass, as Datuk Liang would call it. Basically, there's gold there lying on the ground. So this is the operations that we are having at the port. We have the dryer there. So drying or actually having some form of standardization, as Dr. Siva mentioned in the previous panel, basically can add a few bucks to your selling value. Yeah, so these are all the operations happening at this point in time. So my point is this: we have seen this growth happening. Why? Because we took a value chain or an ecosystem approach. We've got all the players there in one area. We've got the machine guys there. We've got the buyers, the traders, all knowing that, yeah, this is the place to be, and we just facilitate. Yeah, I'm just waiting for us to actually be able to set the standardization or valorization of PKS or wood chips, basically, so that the price can be controlled, as what Prof said just now, that it won't be at the whims and fancies with buyers and sellers, but we actually have what they call a real marketplace, where the demand and supply actually dictates the price, and the price is actually there, transparent for all to see. So like I said, business has been good, and opportunities and the way forward. I think basically going back to my argument that we should look at the ecosystem, the value chain, and figure out what are the gaps and solve them. I think the one important thing that, and this is across the board for all industries, one thing that Malaysia has got a very strong strength is actually our connectivity in terms of integrated logistics. You can look at Northport, basically. We are connected to 7 major expressways, just 100 meters outside our gates. Yeah, and if you look at Peninsular Malaysia, for example, all roads and rail basically lead to Port Klang, and it's connected to all the different economic activity hubs there. And now you've got West Coast Expressway and eventually ECRL coming up. So the issue of logistics, if we can actually look at point to point at how we can actually integrate, you can actually resolve at least 20-30% of your manufacturing problem, what do you call it, cost problems, basically. Yeah. So key takeaways from this, I may be lucky, I don't know, but basically we are seeing some growth in the biomass industry, at least the angle that we are working on. And there is this Weiji, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. In every crisis, there's opportunities. So we just need to find the niche, the strength, and optimize on it. What Northport is offering, basically, other facilities, the knowledge of the value chain, and basically to try and facilitate the value chain to move. Yeah, and whatever gaps that may exist, rather than wait for the government to act on it, because they got a lot of other industries to look at. Let's continue to engage with them and try and resolve it as an industry. And this is where the MBIC platform is really, really good. We have got close relationship with the government and also the industry. And by developing and understanding and developing the value chain, I think we are basically ready, whilst waiting for, like I said, the renewable power plants to take off. Let's take the biomass, let's take the mass out of the biomass and turn it into biomass, which is mass, as Datuk Liang always says. Yeah. But the most important thing, and this is the real takeaway from COVID-19, basically, is business continuity plans are a live document. So I always challenge my guys, we need to think of the words and prepare for it. I think we are, for biomass, the logistics industry and so on and so forth, I think it's a safe enough industry. Let's keep it safe and work on the value chain, and obviously we can achieve all our goals. So that's a short presentation from me then.
Okay, thank you very much, Dato'. I'm very happy that Northport is doing well. Danny, you've been very quiet. We haven't forgotten about you. So MTS Fibromat actually is also considered, apart from Northport, also one of the success stories of biomass in the country. And I think a lot of people are wondering about the journey. So coming back to your earlier point about recognition and financing, I think the question to you is, at what point is a biomass business bankable? Are the current financing and funding mechanisms really, moving business, getting things going? do banks see biomass as a viable business? And out of all of that, has COVID-19 actually scared the banks even further? Are they retreating further, or is there an opportunity, like Dato' Azman said, in every challenge there's an opportunity? Is there an opportunity there that people can actually jump in and take advantage of?
Okay, good. Thank you. Personally, if you ask me, okay, biomass, I think is the next business. It's a growing business. Because taking into consideration, now people are now very concerned about the environment. We are talking about the, big companies have to comply to SDGs, okay, the Sustainable Development Goals, and coupled with now, especially more countries embracing the circular economy. I think this gives a very big potential for this business to grow. But however, now when you come back to financing, there's one thing that I think we Malaysians are facing, especially for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs. For my own my journey, okay, from where I started the company and to what we are today. Okay, now when we started, actually why I venture into biomass, like I mentioned just now, is accidental or forced to. Because my earlier business, which we are doing reputable jobs, big structures, steel structures, very beautiful structures like the Formula One. But however, due to the economic crisis, we went bust, and I started this business. When I started this business, actually, I know very little about the business. But however, because to take over this business, 300,000, I think this is, I think probably the balance of what I have, probably, so why not go in? But immediately when I go in, okay, we try to approach the bank. I tell you, for the first 15 years, I don't have any financing from any banks. 15 years. Okay, so how do I grow? Luckily, I'm in the business of biomass. Okay, biomass, where we make a lot of money. Okay, because at that time, business are bad, so we managed to make very good profit because we are the only one doing. So whatever we make, we plow back to the company, because since the bank refused to loan us, so we keep on growing, and we expand the business. So now we are like a one-stop center doing erosion control and geosynthetics. So when I built my first factory in Bukit Beruntung, I can't even get any loan. I have to buy the land for cash, and I have to build the building for cash. Because we don't have money, I have to build my own. Okay. Subsequently, when we moved to the next building, a bigger one in our present factory in Rasa, 5.6 acres, same thing. Okay. I managed to get the financing. When they see my building is already almost 80%. 80%, I mean, it's not going to fail, So it's a really foolproof. They say, okay, I'm going to give you. So the first bank actually gave us 10 million. Okay, this is another problem which I always stress to the bankers. In fact, I was actually part of the panel with the Bank Negara every month, especially for this COVID. The what do you call the problem with moratorium? Okay. Association of Bankers, in their presentation to where it was actually moderated and chaired by the Deputy Bank Negara. Oh, everything, no problem. Within 2 weeks, when you submit anything up to disbursement or approval, 2 weeks. Can you do that? You think, have any of our businesses, whether how good, can you get that? I don't think so. My just recent restructure of loan, okay, because we want to get a higher loan. I submitted in February. Until today, I haven't got the disbursement. Okay, so this is something I think, I don't know how the government can help or what the bankers can do, but what I can assure that Malaysia, if you venture to something which is an unknown territory, or there's not a lot of a success story, if you ask me whether it's bankable, unless you know somebody inside. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a challenge.
Understood. Okay, Danny, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Dr. Bill, coming back to you.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been quiet, but is it just Malaysia, or is the situation about the same in Taiwan as well? And is it a matter of how serious the government is, or is it just a common problem which any new emerging industry will face? Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I'm not in the business field, so I'm not sure, but I feel it's pretty much like similar situation. Even for the research funding, government is still hesitate to fund the biomass research. So I think it will be similar situation for the industry. So that's what I feel. So it's not just Malaysia. I think probably Taiwan are more or less the same. Yeah, so we have a few companies, they will more or less, they will invest their own in this field. Yeah.
I see, okay. Understood. Thank you, Doctor. Kester, coming back to you.
Okay.
Green Earth group of companies. You've also grown and you've actually gone regional. Your experience with financing, is it similar to Danny's, or do you have a more of a fairy tale story?
Basically, in our kind of business, we had the biomass owner or the producer, that's basically the palm oil mills. We collaborate with them and also make them a partner. So they will help to absorb some of the costs in terms of machineries. Like for instance, we cannibalize what the palm oil mill cannot use. We use it as our up-to-date modern facilities to do the compost. And basically to comply with DOE, because if we are not there, they cannot comply. Because basically waste management is very critical in palm oil mills. So we actually work hand in hand. So this become a business. After doing the treatment, we have a byproduct as compost. And we work further down into value adding and making it into a sellable biofertilizer. And of course, it's not easy. We never had gone into banks anyway until very recently the COVID, when the government announced that they were giving some moratorium and some help, or giving some loans, which are very easy to apply. We tried. We went in. They told us that, our company can ask for a $3 million loan. All right? Or rather, anyway, we applied for $3 million, and it came back and told us, we run short of a bit of money. We are going to give you $1 million. Say, it's still okay, no problem. And 2 weeks down the line, they tell us, there are too many applicants, so we drop you down to $500,000. And finally, that was 3 months ago. They came back to us. They said, we have found you the loans, and now it's 100,000. So I said, what is 100,000 for? But anyway, since we applied for help, basically, we just keep it there as a reserve. It doesn't matter to us. We never ask for loans, to be honest. We work on what we can because the materials are free, to be honest. So we just have to put in a bit of labor to get it into a product. So most biomass business, most of the cost is very marginal, but of course the margins are higher. So we need to sell a certain volume to keep us afloat. That's how it works. But if there is a loan, say 3 million, it sounds interesting. But anyway, it turned out to be just 100,000. Of course, we still took it. Never mind. Hopefully, we don't have to pay lah. But anyway, we did. Of course, when you come to biomass business, of course, we need a lot of motivations among ourselves as owners, and also creating the market. And in the current condition, of course, we don't sell overseas, but people do come from overseas and buy small volume, like maybe 20 containers, 30 containers kind of thing. But most of it is sold to our current crops. the what do you call those high value crops like durian. So they're going a bit more organics, because if they don't use a lot of organic methods, they use more chemicals, and then they cannot export, they cannot pass the quarantine. So they are all towards organic. So our sales are good. So the COVID has actually helped us. Now everybody is aware that they must eat very healthy, they must have organic food if possible, you know. So in terms of this COVID thing, it actually helps us a lot more. And then of course, as a business, I think we also encourage everybody to go into it. Malaysia has more than 100 million tons of this material every year. So, but unfortunately, a lot of them are not used. Why don't we use it? So the good stuff we can sell somewhere else. These are the very low, nobody can handle. We can do. Everybody can come in. It's a good business, and people are learning how to do composting, and also use them in even the backyard gardens to produce some veggie for a house. And actually, if you go to Lazada and all these Shopee things, a lot of people are selling compost now. Yes. We sell to them at 50 cents a kilo. They sells $15 a kilo. So it's a business opportunity for a lot of people. That the COVID has actually changed the world. For us, even in the very beginning, it took us 5 years to sell the first kilo. 5 years to sell the first kilo. That was 12, 13 years ago. But of course, now it's different. Now things are coming up. People understand what it is, so they pick up. Yep. So that's it.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks.
So we've talked about feedstock. Dr. Bakar has mentioned the bioregions. We've talked about in the other sessions about an exchange or standardization of prices. We've talked about finance. It is a difficult thing, but if you have sources, if you have partners, if you expand your business model to include other mature revenue streams, there's a possibility there. Dato' Azman can open markets for you. MGTC will help also develop markets. Business models is a challenge, but this is a challenge now I throw to all the panelists. As moving the entire biomass industry is a multi-ministerial task in Malaysia, right? Is employing a bilateral or trilateral engagement between a few shareholders more pragmatic in moving forward, especially in light of COVID, or is there still this, there's disconnect between trying to move the whole sector as opposed to moving elements of the sector forward? Gentlemen, your thought on it. Maybe Dato' Leong, you'd like to start and giving some of your views on this.
I'm always passionate on this subject. I mean, my wish list is actually to create a Malaysia Biomass platform. Yeah, a platform consisting of relevant government agency related to biomass industry development, regulatory framework. Yeah, and also we can integrate with the industry, there's SME, and also the plantation owner, as well as financial institution and also research institution. Yeah, Dato' Abu Bakar have created a very good platform. The long name of the platform, short name is Inter-University and Industry Biomass to Fuel and Material Platform, B2FM platform. They have already assembled more than 15 public and private university professors who have a strong interest, doing R&D on biomass. And MBIC is a co-chair for this network. Yeah, if we can expand this network into a national biomass platform, yeah, by inviting relevant government ministry and agencies, yeah, to join on board, the chairmanship of the platform could be on a rotational basis, so that every championing government agency can address the particular issues, need intervention by the particular government agency immediately. Yeah, I just want to share one lyristic, so-called jokes or issue recently. Yeah, I was in the focus group discussion of this national agri-commodity policy championed by Minister of Plantation and Commodity Industry for the next 10 years. Yeah, so they invited MBIC as one of the key stakeholders to give our inputs. Yeah, so when they present a stakeholder list, they can't even distinguish what is the difference between Malaysia Green Technology Corporation and Malaysia Green Technology and Climate Change Center. They thought it's a two different entity. Yeah. So this is first joke. Second joke is, why do we need to invite MIDA and AIM to join on board? for this agri-commodity policy on the biomass component. Do they actually still active? Do they still, championing this subject? Yeah. And they even left out MIDA. So you just imagine. They're just doing their work, on silo basis. So we need to integrate all this effort. Yeah. So my wish list personally, maybe through MBIC and also with collaboration with MGDC, with Dato' Bakar championing this platform will be good for the country. Yeah, we can address and unlock the issues progressively on a step-by-step approach. Yeah, my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Azman, coming back to you. Fighting the war, winning the battle. Where are we going?
Well, in order to win the war, you got to win a few battles along the way. I think the battle of logistics, the idea of aggregation, collection, centralization of facilities, I think this is all that can be done on a bilateral basis. Where like-minded parties along the value chain get together and create something. But at the end of the day, you'll still need some help. This is where either at the top end, like what Prof. Bakar mentioned just now, at the start or the beginning, the government needs to get involved. But you're right. I think this is a gargantuan effort. The first thing that we got to get it right, and I'm going back to this over and over again, you got to get a proper understanding of the value chain. I think it's not just the biomass industry that has this problem. I'm also a champion of halal trade, halal exports, basically. And most of the time, when they put up all the stakeholders, they do miss a few names. Logistics was never in the halal master plan, if you can believe that, until recently. So this is where I think yes, it is a mammoth task. But if we can all start understanding the value chain, understand where the pain points are, and get the right parties to come in and fill in the gaps, and then we do learning by doing and showing to the government, to the bankers, basically, that it can be done, even though in small battles, then you can probably have a decent chance of winning the war. So it's a long-winded way. Like I said, my start in biomass was 19 years ago. I believe I have done something, or at least tried to do something, but everybody's got a role to play. And once we all, through the platforms, whatever platforms, through such webinars, basically, just to tell the stakeholders that they are actually stakeholders, number one. Number two, we don't leave any stakeholders out. And number three, get them all talking to each other and not working in a silo basis. I think we'll be able to win the war. Yeah, but for the time being, let me enjoy my battle. We're winning it.
Okay, Danny. Danny, coming back to you. There's been a lot of talk about cross-ministerial issues.
Yeah.
In your personal view, would a minister of coordination, like what some countries practice, would that be a way forward for what we should look at for Malaysia?
Okay. Malaysian politics, it's very difficult to predict, and it's not, I would say, not sustainable. Okay.
It's not green. It's not green.
Okay, coming back to the earlier question, the cross-ministerial or various stakeholders, I think this is very important. But however, I think each and every agencies or stakeholders, they must work towards a common goal. We don't want to have each and one, they have their hidden agenda. They have their different agenda they want to achieve. So meaning we are not going towards that direction. So that is going to be a problem. It's just like, last time when I was promoting a lot of coconut fiber. Now, if I ask coconut, is under which ministry? Is it under agriculture or under commodity? Okay, so this is another problem, because when something is hot, when at that time when Pak Lah, announced they're going to put a lot of fund into coconut. Then every ministry said they want to champion. But before that, nobody wants to champion. So likewise, if we are talking about biomass, like I say, is a very big industry. But we must we must come up with good products, a finished product, rather than talking about, as a commodity. Because presently, biomass in Malaysia, I think I would say that if there is 100%, I would say 80% is used as a commodity. So we are not actually realizing the value. We need to get stakeholders like from the universities, researchers. They have to come in and work with the local entrepreneurs, come up with products so that we can sell a value-added product rather than just, like only the fibers. Now, for example, the EFP fibers. Now, I think most of the EFP fibers manufacturers are suffering now. They are suffering because why? There's only one market. Basically, there's only one industry in China who is buying for mattress. So it's very, very dangerous to venture into this one, because if anything happened like COVID, is dead, almost like no business. However, on our business, actually on COVID, actually is a blessing in disguise. Actually, our sales has gone out. And this year, I think it will be a record profit year for us. So this is something that, like I say, as an entrepreneur, as a business SME, we must dare to change. We must do something that we dare to fight, and we don't be just jago kampung. We must able to come up with product that we can even sell to overseas. Yeah, like I say, we have challenges locally, but every business, everything you do, you have challenges. If you want to only talk about challenges, you will never do anything. But face the challenge, overcome the challenge. That's what we do. Thank you.
Okay, understood. Dato' Abaka, I'm going to let you have the last word on it. So I'm going to go to Kester and Bill Jung first. So Kester, moving forward, sustainability or economics? What's the focus moving forward for Malaysia? Can we talk? Is it too early to talk about sustainability? Is it all about economics?
I think it's not too early, because we have our consuming populations. Like what Danny has just said, we have to create the local must be able to use it to create that kind of consistency. Otherwise, if we depend on just for export, if anything goes wrong in between the links, we are all gone. Whoever put in money into the industry, they're all be suffering. But it's good to also develop our local circular economy, whereby you must have a base. At least 30% must be so local, even if you're doing exports. Of course, higher volume will be better. At least that keeps the country strong and the money doesn't disappear. And of course, you have local consumers, which are easier.
Okay.
So that's what we have to develop.
Understood.
Yeah.
Dr. Bill Jung, apologies. In moving forward, the role of R&D, how do you see it moving hand in hand with industry moving forward, like Danny's point?
I think it's important. Just R&D doesn't go anywhere, to be honest. You need to be able to develop a product. So you need to work closely with the industry. They will identify the applicable product and what the market wants. And so we need to work closely with them. And we are all part of the stakeholders. And so it's difficult to involve all the stakeholders, but R&D and industry probably the first step. We need to start, and step by step, we will win the battle. It's difficult to get everyone involved, but we need to get started. That's what I think. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Dato', coming back to you, Dato'.
Yes.
On this moving forward topic, what should be our next baby steps, Dato'? I mean, there's so many elements that we need to address. To try and address everything all at once is a huge, gargantuan task. What are the next baby steps in your view as chairman of MGTC?
Well, from MGTC point of view, when I joined MGTC last October, and there's one aspect I think MGTC has yet to do. This is something to do with matching the industries and the universities as well as government research institutes. I think I'm glad Datuk Leong mentioned inter-university and industry network of Malaysia on conversion of biomass to biofuel, biomaterials. And I think so far the membership of this network open more to the universities. So at least there are 10 universities, we have about 100 members. I think we also provide a platform for the MBIC. I think we have appointed Datuk Leong as the co-chair, right? And one of the main problems about R&D in this country, I think everybody kind of hoping the government to allocate some funds, but I think the bulk of the R&D also to be taken up by the industries. I think this is where it has yet to happen, especially among the memberships of members of MBIC and the universities. So I have already encouraged MGTC. They have already formed another section, call it the MGTC Sustainable Innovation. So the role of MGTC is to match interested companies and the universities. I think you can see there's a very big gap, in terms of communication between universities, academicians, researchers, and the industry. So I'm hoping that every company, at least within the MBIC membership, that you need something to do, that you can work closely with any of the universities, researchers, and then you can also exploit or explore and even take advantage of the double tax deduction, right? So I think I haven't heard much this happening. I think if Malaysia were really to add value to whatever products we want to develop and also promote, I think we need to even strengthen our R&D. And actually, I'm very happy today to recognize Dr. with researchers in Taiwan. Actually, I did pose a question during the chat, because one of my current preoccupation is that how to convert the slash materials into bioethanol, for instance, right? And we've been looking for any technology that can do that. I know the difficulty is that there's a lot of standard technologies can convert sugar into ethanol, but I think I've looked around, there's not much technology yet we put on the commercial scale to convert slash material, forest residues, when you clear the land, pruning the trees, and this can be converted to bioethanol. So I'm looking forward to continue our networking with Dr. Bill Zhang from Taiwan here.
Yeah,
so may I take this opportunity to, on behalf of MGTC, to thank the MBIC for having convened this forum, this session. I think we should continue to work. Continue to work with. And I think for the benefit of the members of the MBIC, I would like to announce that we have nominated Dr. Leong to be a member of the board of the directors of MGTC. So we're looking forward to having him on board.
Congratulations, Dato'.
Yeah, thank you.
Dato', I think a very inspiring portion to that, because I think what I hear is that it's not a journey that you have to take alone. Talking about the triple helix, the quadruple helix, it is something that we should work together to achieve, a joint success. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We've got a few questions, so in the couple of last few minutes we'll address some questions. Datuk Leong, there's a question by Elsia. She says that Thailand seems to be more advanced than us in this space. What have they done right? And why can't we achieve the same?
This is a very good question and also very practical question. Thailand have done extremely well to unlock their biomass feedstock, especially rice husk, based on the biomass to energy, waste to energy model using rice husk. Yeah. And perhaps I would recommend our Ministry of Energy, they have a special fund called AAIBE. Maybe MBIC can work together with AAIBE to undertake a study. Yeah. What is the critical success factors for Thailand doing so well in the bioenergy clusters? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Also for Datuk Leong, everyone is attentively anticipating the release of the renewable energy transformation roadmap. The question is, do you think that the government intends to retain the previously targets set for renewable energy? Do you think that moving forward, the government will intends to retain this?
Okay. My personal view, all these reports and master plan are formulated by different consultants. Realistically, we have two different consultants, and sadly to say, Masale consultant, yeah, we have one consultant formulated this renewable energy transitional roadmap. So happened, I mean, the project leader was my classmate, yeah. At the same time, Petronas have appointed another Western consultant, paid the consultant 9 million to formulate the national energy policy. Yeah. So these two documents, I'm yet to have a look at the full content, but based on my understanding and conversation with certain government officials from the ministry, the national energy policy, we want to promote, I mean, fossil-based energies, oil and gas industry, yeah, coal-based power generation. Whereas in the renewable energy transitional roadmap, they want to promote renewable energy. So two different documents formulated by two different consultants and yet to be unveiled in the market. Yeah, and I have a word with this Dr. Sanjay, the SEDA CEO, 2 weeks ago during the MOF dialogue session on sustainable energies. According to SEDA, they have submitted the renewable energy transitional roadmap to the ministry for approval. One is approved by the ministry, it will be unveiled very soon. Yeah, okay. So again, we need a lot of coordination. You see, one document, we focus on fossil-based energy. Another document, we talk about renewable energy. Which one comes first? Okay.
Okay. So gentlemen, thank you very much. That brings our session to an end. A big thank you to all of you as thought leaders, as industry leaders who kindly shared your valuable insights and experience and views. I'd like to share something here. Leadership is about having the impact to make others better as a result of your presence. But more importantly, it's to make sure that your impact lasts in your absence. So I think that I hope that everybody who has attended this, who's listened to this session, has benefited from this session brought to you by MBIC, and further hope that it will assist them in their biomass undertaking, inshallah. So again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. I pass this back to William. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, alhamdulillah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you to our moderator and speakers for making such a comprehensive coverage today. Please join me for a round of applause to them. And a big thank you to our participants. As we couldn't have done this webinar successfully without you. And for our closing remarks, let us hear it from Mr. Kester Chin, who is the Deputy President of MBIC. Kester, please.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have spent many hours today attending to this seminar of ours, and we thank all the powerful speakers that we had from early morning to now, and we thank especially our guest speaker from Taiwan, Dr. Bill Chang.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming into the systems, and thank all of us who are currently here as well as the earlier speakers. Thank you very much, and I think that is the end of the whole seminar. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.